Well, good morning and a very warm welcome to Sweden and the 88th edition of Vasaloppet. This is the fifth of 7 races in the Ski Classics. Of course, Ski Classics in its second year of operation. Well, this is the world's oldest, longest and most prestigious cross-country skiing race, dating all the way back to 1922. This 90-kilometer race, held in the beautiful and historically important region of Dalarna, begins here in Salin, concluding in Mora. Well, this race inspired by King Gustav Vasa back in 1520, and well, some 15,800 participants on the starting line here today, and what a great race it's going to be. Fantastic conditions, and as mentioned, this is the one everyone is waiting for. This is the race that everyone wants to win. Well, over the time, we have seen some 500,000 skiers from all over the world complete this great race here in Sweden. And well, today, some 37 nations are represented in the starting lineup. And then you can see the participants down there rearing to go on the starting line. We are about, well, 9 minutes away from a start here in Salin. Beautiful pictures from overhead, and this is the course for today, starting in Salin, Smorgon after 11 kilometers. Like each and every Ski Classics, we have 2 sprint stages here today. The first after 26 kilometers, and while the second will be in Ibits Bay after 47 kilometers of this 90-kilometer race, the longest in Ski Classics. Well, we've been to the Czech Republic, we've been to Germany, we've been to Italy. Of course, our last race was in Estonia, and now it's time for Sweden to take center stage here in Ski Classics. Well, as always, a lot of spectators along the side of the track. We see a lot of spectators here in Salin, and especially at the finish line in Mora after 90 kilometers. And we should see a time around just under 4 hours here today for the top athletes, of course. Our Ski Classics, some 22 teams represented this year. 9 of those teams coming from Sweden, 7 from Norway. Incredible numbers there. 15,800 participants here today. We were all booked up for this race in June of 2011. It's just very, very popular here in Sweden. As always, the top competitors will be at the starting line at the front. So we see a mass start here today. Such an impressive sight. It really is fantastic to watch. 88th edition of Vasaloppet. So many people have competed in this race. Of course, it's a big week. Seen races throughout the week, including the Tjej Vasa for the woman. See Susan Nyström there, one of the top competitors for the woman, of course. She's on a roll at the moment, winning the last 3 Ski Classic races. Well, the weather gods certainly have been kind to us today. The sun is shining, and well, 12 months ago, 2011, we saw Jürgen Brink take it on the line over Stanislav Rajak. Jerry Alin crossing in 3rd place. There you see the 2 sprint stages, 26 kilometers and 47 kilometers respectively. Well, our leader at the moment, Stanislav Rajak, has quite a comfortable lead when it comes to the Ski Classic sprints category. Certainly is going to be a tough race, 90 kilometers. And once again, we look at the map. This is where we're starting in Salin. Smorgon after 11 kilometers. Then we see that first sprint. It'll be interesting to see if the participants will be going for those all-important sprint points. Evarts Bay after 47 kilometers. Ox Bay 62 kilometers before finishing in Mora. To the delight of the locals and many who will travel from all around Sweden to watch the finish in Mora. Not too far away from a start now, 4 minutes before we get underway. If we look at the current leaders for Ski Classic, Stanislav Rajak really in a good position for the men. He's on 600 points, just ahead of Jürgen Auckland. Jimmy Jonsson from Team Spirit, it's been a great year for him. He's currently sitting in third place. While for the women, it's all about Team Spirit at the moment, led by Nyström. While for the Team Extra Personnel leading the way over Team Spirit. While the youth there at the bottom of the screen, Leila Kvali for the woman. She's had a great season as well, the 24-year-old from Team Extra Personnel. If we look at the starting list for today, well, the ones to look out for, of course, number 1, Jürgen Brink, two-time defending champion, going for the treble. Number 2, Stanislav Rajak, our current leader in Ski Classics. Jerry Alin in number 3. The 2 Auckland brothers, Anders in number 4. His brother Jürgen in 137. Both of them have been victorious here in the past. Anders 2004, Jürgen in 2008. Jimmy Jonsson there in 22. As mentioned, it's been a consistent year for the Team Spirit youngster. Thomas Alsgaard down there to race, but I'll tell you what, he certainly will not be racing today, unfortunately. The Norwegian veteran, just a little bit ill today. Also look out for, of course, Daniel Tinel, 3-time winner here. He'll be wearing bib number 20. And in bib 167, Daniel Rickardsson, of course, an Olympic gold medalist from Sweden. After a second placing in Tartu Marathon, he'll be one to watch for. Well, for the women, of course, our defending champion, wearing 501, Jenny Hansen from Team Spirit. Susan Nyström wearing bib 502. Well, Sarah Svensson, of course, victorious in Ski Classics race number 1, wearing 512. Well, it's fantastic now to welcome into the commentary box with me Martin Larsson, former Swedish representative, bronze medalist with the Swedish team at the 2007 World Championships. He's competed here in Vasaloppet 7 times, including a very impressive 2nd place in 2005. Good morning, Martin. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a nice day.
It's going to be a fantastic day, isn't it? The weather gods certainly have been very, very kind to us, and, well, moments away now from a start here in the 88th edition of Vasaloppet, and, well, a lot of history in this race here in Sweden, isn't there?
I think we have to look out for Jürgen Brink today. So
yeah, well, there he is on the screen.
Take the 3rd victory.
Yeah, that would be very, very impressive indeed to do the treble. The big guns there in the front. Our current leader for Ski Classics, we're in the red bib there, Stanislav Rajak from the Czech Republic.
Have the names on the bibs this year. It's a new thing they have introduced for this year.
So who are we looking out for? Of course, we got 2-time defending champion Jürgen Brink. Who else should we look out for in this race?
The Outland brothers is going to be tough to beat today. Jerry Alin, if you have good tactics in the end. Daniel Tinel, you never have to count away.
And there they're off. And just listen to this, 15,800 skiers getting underway in Salin.
Yeah, just hear the sound. It's amazing.
That's absolutely fantastic. It's great to see a mass start. So many competitors. And,
Oh, yeah.
oi, very difficult to get underway too, so many people.
Yeah, if one crash, everyone crash.
How important is the start for a race like this? Of course, you want to get out of the rush that is a lot of people trying to get underway.
It's not the rush for the top athletes, but it's a little bit rush if you want to have, like you see here in the picture, not break the equipment and so on. If you're in a crash in the beginning, it can be disaster for the whole race.
Of course.
You can lose like 500 places or something.
You see the well-groomed tracks there. The staff have done a fantastic job once again to get things set up here.
About the condition today, it's going to be a really fast race because it has been very warm on Thursday. Then it's cold during the morning, so it's like 12 degrees here at the start. So up on the top on the first hill, it's around 6-7 degrees, I think. So it's icy tracks.
Perfect.
So it's like concrete.
What sort of time could we be expecting for the eventual winner to cross the line in Mora?
I think it's going to be a pretty quick race, so I think around 3:50.
3:50?
Yeah. So it's still like 12 minutes behind the record time from 1998.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Peter Göransson from Sweden, 3 hours, 38 minutes and 57 seconds. Going at an average speed there of 26 kilometers per hour. But you were saying earlier that was due to a bit of a headwind on that occasion?
Yeah. Our backwind.
Our backwind, yeah.
Yeah. So we have not so much wind today. So.
It's going to take some time for those skiers right at the very back to get across the start line.
Yeah, take a time just to get going.
Exactly. Of course, a lot of social participants as well.
Here is interesting, in the right corner in the picture you have Daniel Tenay just double pulling, so maybe he's going without kick wax.
What is the setup for a majority of these top guys today?
With the waxing, you think?
Yes.
Yeah, I think more people going just double pulling today because of the condition is very fast and so on, so it's pretty easy to double pull the first hill. But you should remember it's 90k long, so it's in the end you have to be fast. So if you just double pull for like 60k, you get a little bit tired. So the last 30k, which normally goes really fast, you don't have the extra energy to do the breakout or just join the breakout then.
Of course. Well, over the last few years as well in Vasaloppet, we've seen very tight finishes, haven't we? We've seen a fight for the line.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially when it's fast condition, to get away. It's a little bit easier all the time to be in the back. You have the wind, so it's a little bit easier there. And you also have it's when one skier have passed in the tracks, it's gonna be a little bit warmer, and then it's gonna be a little bit faster as well. So then you have two things to get much faster if you are in the back of someone.
So you see here the start, it's one of the very few climbs, you could say, in the course. It's generally a fairly flat course.
Yeah, it's flat, but it still has some uphills, but not as big as this one. So it's around 150 meters climbing in 2K. So it's pretty steep. So for the average skier here, it's a tough hill.
Not a nice way to start, anyway.
1K flat and then come into the uphill. So here we have a Russian guy, Vasaloppet. He's a world champion in sprint from Oberstdorf. So he ski for Craft Russia, I think.
Well, we saw 12 months ago, we saw one young Norwegian really get off to a fiery start, a bit of television time for him. He really did come out all guns blazing. He had quite a comfortable lead too, but it was soon eaten up by the big guns, you could say.
But you can see here in the top group, most of the people just go diagonal, so they have kick wax.
Very slow. This is right back at the very start, and well, they're not using too much energy at the moment, those guys. But just back to that first climb for these participants of the 90-kilometer course, 25% is considered uphill, so that's about 22.2 kilometers. 43% is considered level, which is about 38.6 kilometers of the race, and while 32% is downhill, and that's about 29.2 kilometers. So that's how the track is set up here for Vasaloppet.
I think we are at the very end here of the group, the very back.
And these are the people who certainly won't be pushing for a podium place come Mora, that's for sure. So back at the front, our leading pack.
You see Daniel Tenel is up in the lead.
Well, he's had some fantastic results here in the past, of course. 36-year-old.
3 times he has won the race before.
Yeah, 2002, 2006, 2009. This is his 13th Vasaloppet. In fact, his 10-year anniversary since he first won the race. So he's had some very good results here over the past. 12 months ago, he crossed the line in 20th place. 3 hours, 58 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before we go on air about Daniel Tenel, and I said you never can't say Daniel Tenel is he's always a threat to the victory, because he can be sick for a whole year and then train a couple of weeks, and then maybe he can go and win the race. So.
He's a natural athlete. He's only been in 2 ski classics so far in 2012. He was at the first one in the Czech Republic, Rzeszów Parasalska, where he finished in 20th position. And he was also in Germany at the König Ludwig Lauf, where he finished in 15th place, so not his best results.
Now it's a nice view here from the back of the group and now up to the elite. So that's a nice view just to see all skiers.
It's absolutely wonderful to watch. Really is a beautiful part of the world here in Dalarna. And there we go. There goes our leaders. Continuing to double pole there is Tinel.
And then you have Eldar running as 3rd place after Vasilij Rotchev. And to the right you have Martin Liljemark as well. From Torsby.
I haven't seen too much of the top teams yet. Team Extra personnel, of course, who are leading the way at ski classics. They were victorious in 2011. Team Spirit as well, of course. And of course, the black and yellow of Team United Bakeries from Norway.
So it's pretty typical Swedish weather in March now. It's pretty cold in the valley, and then you come up for the first hill and it's maybe 5-6 degrees warmer. And it's a cold morning, like 10 degrees cold, and then lunchtime is going to be plus degrees, maybe 1-2 plus.
Do you see these conditions as being very similar to any of your races that you've partaken in over the past?
Yes, like 2005, and then it was pretty similar. And it was 13 degrees cold in the morning, and then it was plus 1 degrees at finish. So
okay,
that's also going to be a little bit difficult for the average skier.
Oh, definitely,
because it's very hard to wax the ski with a kick wax when they're passing 0 degrees, when they start to be a little bit wet in the snow.
So 2005, you crossed the line in 3 hours, 51 minutes, 48 seconds. We'll see a similar time today?
Yeah, I think so, and maybe even a couple of minutes faster. I think to beat the record time, I think have to be a little bit more wind.
Of course, back in 2005, unfortunately for yourself, second place to Oscar Svard, and of course, it's a shame that he cannot join us. He's not in the race today.
No, he's been sick for nearly a whole season, so it's very sad that not going to see Oscar. Oscar has been very good Vasaloppet skier. He's always been in the nearly top 10 every time he started.
Well, he's partaken in 13 Vasaloppets now, every year since 1999. And while his worst finish was 9th place in 1999. So that's very, very impressive.
Amazing.
Of course, a 3-time winner, picking up the titles in 2003, 2005 and 2007. And well, it's a big loss not to have the 35-year-old Swede here in Vasaloppet. It's just not quite the same, is it, really?
Yeah. Now they have done the first uphill and heading down to the swamps and easy part of the track. So now we see here Bill Impola from Malung here in Dalarna.
He's looking like he's building a little bit of a lead. 20 meters at the moment.
So it's normal to have some skiers at the start of the race to be doing some breakouts and so on, but normally they're gonna be catched pretty soon when it starts to be heading against the finish.
I suppose an early breakout doesn't worry the top guys at all, really. They don't get too beat up about it. They know they'll pretty much pull them in.
And the youngsters wants to be in the television for a while and so on. So
some celebrity time, you could say.
Yeah, but it's nice for the race. It's fast from the beginning, so it's good for the race to have these breakouts and so on.
Definitely. I mean, you could almost compare it, I suppose, to athletics as well, with the long distance, where you have a person who's just in the race to set the pace, to get the runners running at a good pace and try and beat good times.
You see here the group is breaking up a little bit. So normally there's going to be a much bigger group in maybe 5K here. So that can be around maybe 100, 150 people. And then it's just dropping off people, especially when you're passing Tennang and passing Mångsbodarna after the first ski classic sprint.
Yeah. Well, the big guys at the moment just in the back of this main pack at the moment. Well, for those of you who are watching this, of course, and watching it on the Ski Classics webpage via the live streaming, of course, you're more than welcome to log on to Facebook if you do have it. and ask some questions of myself and Martin. She might have some questions for Martin, of course, who has a lot of experience in this race. Well, let us know who you think is going to cross the line in first place come Mora after 90 kilometers.
I think Jürgen Brink is going to be absolutely heading for the victory today. And also we're going to look out for Daniel Tenel and also the Aucklands brothers.
How important is confidence for these guys? Of course, for Jürgen Brink, I just think it's before Ski Classics number 4, it was quite a disappointing start to the year, you could say. A 30th place in the Czech Republic. He did a little bit better at Marcialonga, where he finished in 6th place. And he wasn't in Germany, of course, but then he came back strong and won Tartu. It was almost like he was timing it, you could say.
Yeah, it's a little bit the same as Daniel Tenel. They can be sick for a while and then come back and be in the top, so that's amazing. And guys that Daniel Tenel, Jürgen Brink and so on, they have the mentality to take a victory. I think it's harder for like guys, Jimmy Johnson, that's 3rd place in the Ski Classic overall so far, has been on the podium a couple of times. I think he has to have a victory first. So
to push on, to give you the confidence. And
confidence just to see it's not hard to take the last bit.
The first one's the hardest, and after that it's
yeah, I think so.
Well, interesting you say that, because I mean, when you look at all the favorites for this race, a lot of them have been around a very long time. Of course, Jürgen Brink, 36 years of age, and the Auckland brothers as well. Anders, of course, 39 years of age. His brother Jürgen, 36 years of age. They've been around a long time, whereas, as you say, Jimmy Jonsson, a younger competitor, you could say, at just 26 years of age. And it's incredible. There's not too many sports where the older heads pretty much dominate the races.
If you're in a different sport or so on, it's 26, you maybe are veteran.
Peaking, yeah.
And but in tough sports and like marathon, triathlon, and so on, it takes time to be really, really good. It could take 10 years of hard training to reach your maximum capacity.
Of course, a lot of these guys have done the shorter distance when they were younger, competing for their for their respective countries, of course.
But it's a little bit interesting when the Ski Classic entered the Vasaloppet and FIS Marathon Cup and the long distance races. It's had changed a little bit, so youngsters start to go for long distance directly instead of going traditional skiing like 10, 15k, 30k. So it's a little bit more money, bigger teams, so they have the opportunity to train full time and just racing and go for long distance races. A couple of years ago it was not just Vasaloppet, but it was not any big races or TV broadcasting from the long distance races. Now you have Ski Classic and broadcast the most of the races, all races. So that's an opportunity for youngsters to go for long distance directly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, because it is interesting when you look at it, all the younger guys. I was wondering if it was more a prestige thing, of course, representing Sweden, representing Norway, and trying to go to these World Championships and Olympics, of course, or was it a money situation? And you mentioned there wasn't too much money in it before for the longer distance, but certainly it is changing.
Yeah, as we talked not here before, but we discussed it yesterday. There's a World Cup in Lahtis, so Vasaloppet have much more media time compared to the World Cup. So the long distance is going to be bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And among especially Swedish people that normally know someone who raced Vasaloppet, you get more respect with a better result in Vasaloppet compared to the World Cup.
That's interesting. And of course now, you know, with the teams, and as it's getting bigger, and as you say, all these races are now televised worldwide, and it opens up more sponsorship. It opens these youngsters to sign up with teams like Team Extra Personnel, Team Spirit, and as you say, more money, more sponsorship. And for me personally, I can just see the ski classics getting stronger and stronger each and every year.
Yeah, it's good for the ski sport. Have more people training on full time as professionals. It's going to be better and better. More people are in the top and more interesting races, and not just 5 people that can be winning.
Yeah.
Now we have maybe 20-25, but you have, as we discussed before, maybe 5 favorites.
Yeah.
5 favorites.
Yeah. And of course as well, I mean, it must have been fairly hard to get sponsorship as an individual if you were doing these longer distances, being outside of a team.
Yeah, then you have to be really, really good. Like Tinel has been alone in his team before, and then for last year he do a team with his brother, Rickard.
Yeah.
So, and doing a big go as well. They have a big waxing trailer,
okay.
So they're heading around Middle Europe to all races with yeah, it's amazing. It's a
cool.
old rally trailer that have so it can bring in the own car in the back. So they set a new standard for waxing in the long distance races. So it's like the World Championship in like it is in the traditional skiing.
Yeah. Because a lot of these guys now only competing really in ski classic races.
Yeah. We saw that Simon Östensen from Team Extra Personnel was in the lead. So I think he's gonna help the Outlands brothers today. He didn't feel very well during this week. I've talked to the manager Nils Marius Ottestad this morning.
And that's something we may see. Of course, it is still early days of a team environment, you could say, in ski classics. And can you see it going more in the style of, let's say, cycling, like Tour de France, where you have certain skiers with designated roles? You could have someone who goes out strong and looks after your stuff. Can you see it going that way at all, or do you think it's going to continue one for all?
No, they have a long way to go to be in the cycling teams, but it's heading at that direction, I think. So it's still an individual sport, but it's in a team. So if you not have a very good day, absolutely you help the teammates to do a good position in the race, and have a position in the race. You can hear the sound from the poles. It's cold and dry.
See there, about position number 5 at the moment with the green bib. That is Jerry Arlin. He's currently sitting in 2nd place in Ski Classic Sprint. He's wearing the green because Stanislav Razak, of course, wearing the red bib. There you see Jerry Arlin in 4th place, or 5th place I should say, at the moment.
2nd place is Sven Halvor Dahl from Norway. So there's a lot of Swedish and Norwegian skier in the top here. But we also see skier from Italian and so on in the top as Especially in the long distance, they are really good in skating.
It's quite funny because all the races, of course, you see a strong presence, of course, of Swedish skiers and Norwegian skiers, but then you have that one Czech skier who is leading at the moment in ski classes, of course, and he's defending champion from 2011. How do the Czech skiers do in the other forms?
Actually, Martin Kokal is winning the Vasaloppet the week before.
Okay.
In the World Loppet thing. So they is included in FIS Marathon Cup. So Martin Kokal is racing here as well. So he's been world champion in the 50k in Val di Fiemme, 2003.
So we definitely have some talented skiers for sure.
For sure, and he has fourth place in the Vasaloppet 2005 as well.
Okay. Of course, Stanislav Rajak, one of the older heads as well, 38 years of age. This is his 14th Vasaloppet. 4 times he's been on the podium, and 3 of those have been in the last 3 years. Of course, a runner-up last year by just the 1 second. So he'll be looking for his first ever victory in Vasaloppet. So we come to first timing station, Smorgon, after 10.5 kilometers.
It's not just a drink station, it's also a sprint, so they can earn 5,000 Swedish crowns. So it's like a little bit more than 500 euro.
Okay, and that's the first of 4 sprints, isn't it, for the Vasaloppet race?
Yeah, it's even more, I think. Smågan, Mångsbodarna, Risberg, Eversberg, Oxberg, Högberg, and then Eldris. So it's totally 7.
Okay.
But this is not including in the ski classic. So it's a ski classics, for instance, in Mångsbodarna after 26k, and then you have Eversberg at 47k. Now we have 168 or something. It's a skier from Falun-Borlänge, 180 or something.
See Rickard Andreasen there as well from Team Spirit. Smorgon was introduced as a control station in the Vasaloppet in 1983. The only control station, in fact, in the race that's not situated in a village on the route.
Now you see it's 200 meters left to the sprint prize and 500 euro. So it's a Mura guy.
He's pushing hard too. He's got quite a comfortable lead. So 29 minutes, 23.5 seconds. Gustafsson crosses after 10.5 kilometers in Smorgon. Jerry Alin, 10th place at the moment. Tinel still up there, 16th. So pretty much all the big guys in the pack. 22nd, our defending 2-time champion, Jürgen Brink. Stanislav Rajak as well, 26th place. The 2 Auckland brothers side by side at the moment. See Rickardsen as well, of course, Olympic gold medalist. Pretty much all the big guys are there or thereabouts at the moment.
Yeah, they have to be in the big group here, otherwise they have a little bit too much work to do. So Viktor Gustafsson from Mora is 29-23, so it's looking like it's going to be a pretty fast race. So they're passing Smågan at a record time, 1998, at 28 minutes.
Okay. Anton Sjöholm quite far back at the moment from Team Expert in position number 90. The youngster had a very good showing here last year. In fact, finishing in 6th place in his first Vasaloppet, the 24-year-old. New signing, well, a late signing, I should say, into Team Expert at the end of last year. He ended up winning the overall ski classics for the youth. Been a little bit of an up and down year for the youngsters so far. 24th place showing in the Czech Republic, 26th place in Marcialonga. Currently sitting in 37th position in the overall ski classics table. A lot of work ahead. He's to repeat his 6th place from 12 months ago.
So it's pretty typical part of the track. You see up to the top left there is pretty flat parts. So Vibeke Skofterud is leading. So Vibeke Skofterud is a Norwegian girl going the World Cup and so on. So she's was 3rd place in the World Cup before, but now she has dropped the last races and after the Tour de Ski.
It's her first race in ski classics.
Yeah. So it's a lot of World Cup skiers that go for Vasaloppet. So as we mentioned before, Vasaloppet is much bigger than a World Cup. So here we see Jenny Hansson from Team Expert.
Of course, the defending champion from 12 months ago and 42.6 seconds behind at the moment. Well, these World Cup skiers that you talk about, it must be a huge test for them to do a 90-kilometer race.
Yeah, it is. Many people have tried, but most of them has also failed. So they have not even been like top 100 or top 50. So if you're winning the Olympic gold medal, you maybe try go the Vasaloppet the next year or the same year, and then you just it's too long, it's too hard. If you're not used to the distance, it's going to be very tough to be in the top after 90k, or the last 20k is tough.
Because, I mean, it's definitely a big disadvantage compared to the guys who race in the ski classics throughout the year, of course. I mean, you start at the Ježevská Parasáska, which is 50 kilometers, and Marcialonga 70 kilometers, and then Conny Ludwig Lauf another 50 kilometers, and then, of course, the last one, Tartu, which is 63 kilometers. So it's a good build-up for those guys.
And they also train the whole year before just to go long-distance races. And it's a lot of, as you see here, double pulling with the upper body and the stomach strength you need to have.
As we talk about World Cup participants in Vasaloppet, the big news, of course, coming into Vasaloppet was Peter Nortu, who's going to take part. Unfortunately, is not here due to stomach illness.
It has been very interesting to see him here, but as you said, sad that it's gonna that he was sick.
Because he raced in Marcialonga, and the last 2 kilometers, the Cascada climb or whatever you call it, he really had nothing. He really struggled. Finished in 10th place, which is still fairly impressive.
But that's funny to hear people discuss. If you win a World Cup or Olympic game or something, people think that they can win everything that has to do with skiing. But it's like in track and field. if you win 100 meters in the sprint, it's not used to win the marathon as well.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I'd love to see Usain Bolt do that. And again, with the comparison to athletics as well, I mean, that's the joy of races like this, where your everyday Joe Blogg, you could say, is at the starting line with the big guys in the sport, which you don't see at any other sport in the world. I mean, we can't go and line up against Bolt in 100 meters at any point, can we? But so it certainly is a special part of cross-country skiing where average skiers can be on the starting line, although they won't see the top guys for very long. In fact, they probably don't see them at all. But
it's a little bit of kind of different sport with the distance and how the track is. It's not like a World Cup course that is up and down, up and down, up and down nearly all the time. Here you have long flat parts. As you see it, it's like big swamps, lakes you're passing. So it's most of the part is pretty easy skiing. So it's made for average people that is not training full time or as a professional.
And of course, they have a lot of races throughout the week as well, don't they? It's a big occasion.
They have a relay, they have a skate park, they have just a girl race, they have the half one, they have a short one that's just 30k. So Vasaloppet is really big.
And they had the 90-kilometer open last
track
week as well,
yeah.
didn't they?
Sunday, Monday they have so you're free to start between 7 and 8 in the morning, and then it's just to go. So it's like Vasaloppet is now, 90k long, the same drink station and so on.
Yeah. And of course, everyone has a chip on them. That's how we know the times for everyone.
And we see Martin Liljemark again. So he's from Torsby, where they have the ski tunnel, the indoor ski tunnel.
Okay.
One of 2 in the world. So they have one in Germany as well.
All right.
So there is winter all year round. So
Perfect.
It's skiable.
Perfect training. And we see a tight pack leading the race at the moment.
I think it's a little bit faster this year. There's a little bit less people in the pack.
You see Stanislav Rajak there in the black suit, the red bib.
I think it's Sergei Cheryayev to the left, the Russian guy.
It's a good start for the Russians. We haven't really seen too much of them in ski classics this year.
He's a really good skier, but he was cancelled from all races because he was caught with the EPO doping.
Okay. Well, I mentioned in the introduction, it's people come from all over the world to partake in this great race. In 2012, we see some 37 nations represented, and it's incredible when you look at the countries that have representatives here. One skier from New Zealand, one from the United Arab Emirates, one from Venezuela. It's from all over the globe.
81 from US. Canada has 26 participated. Norway 2,990.
And that's total 1,771 in Vasaloppet here today. This is total for throughout the week. Denmark with the second most amount of foreigners, which is a bit of a surprise. So 40 minutes they have been going, 75.7 kilometers to go.
as we mentioned before, we talked about nation, but we also can talk about the regions here in Sweden. So normally you can say it's a bigger and a better winter up in north in Sweden, but mostly people live in the south. From Stockholm, it's 2,341 racing Vasaloppet, and the biggest club here in Vasaloppet is IK Stern from Gothenburg.
Oh, that's interesting.
Gothenburg has not many skiable days in a year. So here we have the standing in Smågan. It is so Viktor Gustafsson was leading. The Outland brothers 32, 33.
Yeah, side by side. Ricard Tinel as well in that pack as well. Seen a little bit of movement since then, of course. Rajak has moved up to about third place at the moment. Well, for the woman, you see our defending champion in second place at the moment.
So Bill Impola is one of 3 brothers skiing. So they changed club to Malung a couple of years ago, and Malung did a great team go. So you see on the technique they are going pretty hard.
So when you look back to 2005, where you had your outstanding second place showing here in Vasaloppet, and you said similar conditions, what was your tactic? How did you take the race?
I think it's most important to just have as good race as possible the first 60k, so you're not up in the top doing any big job. You just relax, save the energy, save the strength in your arms. Go with the legs as much as possible to save, again, the strength in your arms. The last 30k, when it starts to be pretty fast, someone trying to get away, you have to watch out. When do the winning go? So you have to be in that. So if there's some people that you don't think gonna win, just let them go.
Yeah.
And you will catch them later.
Yeah.
So in the end, we were 16 people when it's 2k left. So then it's very important to have a good position.
Yeah.
So you are in the very back in there. It's hard to be in the podium.
Sure.
So it's okay. We look out here at the finish line. It's 4 tracks. So if there's 16 people, it's you have to pass at least four people.
Yeah.
And there to the right you see Jerry Alin drinking. So it's very important to fill up with energy during the race, because you burn a lot of carbohydrates.
And of course they have the one lane for the road shut off as well, don't they? Along the route, so that respective team vans can get to each of the points to hand out the liquid and everything like that.
After when you reach Mångsbodan, it's much easier to reach the track, because the first 19k it's not any roads that's quick to go back to the track again. Then you have to go back to the start, and up again, and then you lose a lot of time. So you have to at least have 6 cars to do a good service during the race. I think this is looks like Musgrave.
Seen somewhat of a slight pull away. 3 skiers followed by 4 skiers, with a bit of a lead back to that big pack.
And Jerry Arlin is in the group there with the green bib. have Stanislav Rezak as well on 4th place. So it's Andrew Musgrave in the top here with number 251. So Musgrave was in the Youth 23 Championship in Turkey last week.
Okay.
They were actually there as well, waxing the ski for this national Swedish team.
Okay. How did it go for the Swedish national team?
Better than expected. They was expecting 1 medal, but they got 6 of them. So
wow, that's excellent.
Good.
So a few bright stars coming through for Sweden.
Yeah, hopefully.
Was there any big standout from any nation, really?
The Russian is very good as juniors and youth, 23. So very strong.
Well, I see Jerry Arlin there, and the last ski classics, I was very surprised with his poor finish, really. You expect him to finish so strong, of course, on the double bowling, and he was in that main pack as they come to the finish line in Tartu, but he just somewhat fell away, which was very surprising for the Swede. He finished in 14th place in the end, some 30 seconds behind, and of course he was the defending champion, couldn't defend his title, and I was very surprised that I thought he would have finished a lot stronger.
Yeah, here you see this, no one wants to do the work at the front. So here the big pack behind is catching them. So I'd not say idiots to do this, because they go really hard, lose a lot of energy, and then after just a couple of minutes they don't do anything.
They're back to square one.
Yeah. So if they go a little bit harder and do it for a longer while, or do nothing, I would say. Okay, about TV time and so on, but if you want to be in the podium, Jerry Alin is absolutely heading for the podium.
Yeah, it's surprising that both himself and Stanislav Rezak was following these lesser known competitors, you could say.
211 is the Italian guy. And you see Rezak is drinking. Here is slow again, and then people from the back coming up again. It looked like Martin Rosvall was heading towards the top of the pack. He's actually a professor.
Professor?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's studying in Umeå University. So done like 10 years of studying.
Okay, wow. So Umeå located in the northern part of Sweden. I'm still very surprised at what you said about a lot of the competitors coming from the south of Sweden. It's they don't have the best of winters, do they?
Average people coming from the south. As a top athletes, they may be middle part of Sweden. Then many of them who go the World Cup and so on, they move to Östersund. So many of them people in the national team for Sweden living there.
Okay.
For to have a little bit better winters and so on.
Am I right in saying that Matthias Fredriksson's from the southern part of Sweden?
Yeah. Southern middle part of Sweden. A little bit west of the big lake Vänern. Okay. The biggest lake in Sweden. Pretty close to the Norwegian border.
All right.
Oslo.
Speaking of Matthias Fredriksson, how do you see his chances here today? Of course, the news is it could be his very last Vasaloppet. This is as well. This is only his 5th Vasaloppet, which is quite surprising. But of course, he's represented Sweden for a very long time in the World Championships, and of course he has
think he has a pretty good chance, but I don't think he's going for the victory. I think between 3 and 7 is very realistic for him.
His current best in the Vasaloppet is a 7th placing in 2008. 4 hours, 23 minutes and 18 seconds. 12 months ago, he finished in 18th position. So, looking for a personal best, maybe, the 38-year-old.
Mattias Fredriksson is actually going in the same brand as I did, Salomon skis. So he, during the season here, he's borrowed some skis from mine. So he's raced on them on Marcialonga and König Ludwiglau.
Okay.
But I actually don't know how it's going to be today, if it's my old skis or not.
So Marcialonga and König Ludwiglau for use your skis. So that was, he came 12th in Italy. Not bad, which is his second best result of the year. And his 17th at the König Ludwiglau.
So shall we say he did a good result or a bad result compared to the skis?
Well, the König Ludwiglau, he was only 10.3 seconds behind the winner, so it's still very good. So this is some of the highlights from the start, and what a fantastic sight it is. 15,800 participants, and it's not very easy for some of them. And it really is wonderful to watch.
And you see people wearing a yellow bib number. It could be Stanislav Rezak, but also all the ladies. So all ladies have a yellow bib.
Okay. So back here to live pictures now.
Sorry, Rezak has the red bib number.
Yeah, I caught a little bit off guard with Rezak wearing the red, to be honest. I was expecting him to be wearing the gold bib. Of course, he is the leader. But of course, he is leading the FIS Marathon Cup as well. So.
Yep. And Vasaloppet is included also in the Ski Classic and also FIS Marathon Cup. So it's like 2 parallel cups.
Yeah. Of course, Rezak leading both of them as well.
Yeah, he's actually leading with 345 points in FIS Marathon Cup before Jürgen Aupland at 256 points.
Well, in Ski Classics, he's on 600 points. Jürgen Aupland on 512. With regards to points in the Ski Classics, well, it's of course from every race. For the winner, you pick up 200 points. Second place gets 160. Third place, 120. Fourth place, 100. And then you go down by 10 points from there. So position number 10 before it drops by a single point. Also, Rezak with 2 wins already in Ski Classics this year. Rzeszowska Parasaska on home soil and also in Germany in the 3rd Ski Classics. And some good prize money up for grabs as well in Ski Classics.
Yeah.
Total prize money for the competition is 110,000 euro.
And I think the winner takes 20% of that sum.
Yeah, the winner takes 20% of the prize money for both men and women. For the winning team, they get 20% of the prize money as well. The Ski Classic Sprint winner gets 6% of the total prize money. While the Ski Classics Youth men's winner picks up 1% prize money, and the same for the woman.
Musgrave is going pretty hard here. Try to do a breakout. Couple of K before the first sprint in Ski Classic at Mångsbodarna.
Yeah, He's looking pretty strong.
It's fun to see that Great Britain can have a good skier.
Just doesn't seem right, does it?
I actually live in Norway and study there in, I think it's Trondheim.
Okay.
Not 100% sure, but you can see a different double pulling technique is pretty straight arms when you put the poles in the snow, compared to, for example, Jerry Arlin. They have the hands pretty close to his shoulders.
And which is better in terms of maybe energy-wise?
For energy sufficient, I think it's good to have the a little bit in the movements. You have to have the hands pretty close to the shoulders, because you are much stronger close to the body.
Sure.
But it takes a couple of hundreds of seconds to build up power.
Sure.
So if you put out the hands pretty close to the shoulders, you don't have the time to push.
Yeah.
So you have to have a little bit, as you see Musgrave here, straight arms and hands at the start, and then you put the elbow to be a little bit, you decrease the angle of the elbow.
Yeah. Well, I'm very, very surprised to see Stanislav Brajak here going with these two guys. And okay, he's absolutely killing the sprint section at the moment on Ski Classics. He has a whopping lead. He has 115 points, with second place Jerry Arlin has 58 points. But it's come back to really bite him on the butt, you could say. I remember Marcialonga, where he went hard for the sprint and then he had nothing come the end of the race, although he did still finish in third place. But I'm sure he could have finished higher up if he conserved a little bit of energy.
And second place we see Anders Palmier. He's actually a firefighter.
Okay.
And then we see Daniel Tenel again, very comfortable.
You see, one, two, three, four, five competitors from Team United Bakeries there as well. Of course, in the yellow and black.
And then to the right, you see the extra personal guys from Norway. Aukland brothers and Simen Østensen, I think he was in the top there.
They have a really good setup, don't they, Team Extra Personnel? Of course, they got the big experienced guys, but they also got some youngsters who are coming through as well. Got the 28-year-old Damen, who is wearing bib number 46 today. He's currently 7th in Ski Classics, but also their youth skiers as well. Got the leader, Christopher Cullerson. He'll be wearing the pink bib. He's just 23 years of age. They got the 20-year-old Anderson as well, and Hoist as well, who's currently 4th in the youth. So they've got a good setup.
Yeah, they start to be a pretty big team. They just started with the Aukland brothers, but now it's increased a lot.
And Extra Personnel, it's an insurance company, or?
I think they rent out people for
okay, the staffing fund.
Yeah.
Now that makes sense. Extra Personnel, yeah.
Now it's not long before you reach Mångsbodarna, the second drink station and the first sprint in Ski Classic.
Yep, 26 kilometers. Some of the most beautiful scenery along the track too around this area, isn't it? It's a nature reserve, I should say.
Now they just have a small uphill here, and then they have a little bit longer downhill, and then they reach Mångsbodarna.
So at this point, when you're crossing 26 kilometers, do you know how you're going to finish up? Do you know how the body is, how the energy levels are?
No, not
Still
at all.
early days.
It's too early. You can be smashed later on, or you can wake up. You can have a bad day. You feel, oh, this is going to be a tough day. But then you wake up maybe 1-2 hours later.
I suppose it is an early start to the morning, so some of these might be a late riser.
Here we see Anders Palmer taking it.
He's going to take it, yeah. Rajak, no surprise, up there as well. He crosses in third place.
Musgrave on the result list there, but I thought it was Anders Palmer in the middle.
Oh, it's very tight. The three of them going for the points.
Jimmy Johnson at 10th place.
Of course, for the sprint, you pick up the first male athlete across the line, picks up 20 points, 15 points for second, 10 for third, 5 for fourth, and 3 points for fifth. And some more points there going to our leader, Stanislav Rajak, once again.
Got to see how many people there are in the front group here. The chasing pack. So we're up in 50 places now.
It's quite a big pack, isn't it? Roughly about 60.
Yeah. But Stanislav Rajak is just dropping off there. He was just heading for the sprint and then relax and
He'll go back and have a rest now.
Yeah. So now you're from Mångsbodarna, you have pretty easy skiing, slightly and pretty steep downhills for like 4K. And then you come to most of the years the coldest place, Tenneng.
Okay.
And then you have some bigger climb or slightly uphill for a while before you reach Risberg after 34K.
Because that will be the third sprint in the Vasaloppet, of course.
That will be in Eversberg, the drink station after at 47K.
Yeah.
So before Eversberg you go out on the lakes, so it's flat, and then the last bit, maybe the last K, is uphill then up to Eversberg now. It's a good glide, Anders Palmer.
Are you a bit surprised to see him out the front this early, or?
No, he is a really good skier, so he's been top 10 for Vasaloppet a couple of years ago.
Getting very tight there.
Ooh.
Oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Indian in the forest, is he? Well, just recovering in time.
So now when it's very fast and downhills, it's much easier to be in the pack. Yeah, it's just to glide. So when you're going up to maybe 50k per hour, then it's the wind. If you are in the back, it's much particular of a wind. But are you in the lead, you have to take the wind by yourself.
Sure. Of course, very similar, of course, to cycling as well.
Yeah.
The guys out the front, and it's almost a gentleman's agreement, isn't it, to share the lead, although it's a bit debatable sometimes.
But here in Vasaloppet, as you mentioned before, the average speed on the record time was 26k per hour. But in bicycle, you normally have a little bit above 40 and close to 50 sometimes.
What would be the fastest speed that these guys will get to in this race?
I think around 65, 70k.
Wow. I hope old mate before wasn't going about that speed into the forest. So just under 64 kilometers to go on this 90-kilometer race. 88th edition of Vasaloppet, and it's a big deal here in Sweden, isn't it?
Yeah, if you see it, the Swedish people, it's many people that just sitting down, eating breakfast, looking at Vasaloppet. So it's around 2.5 million, or a little bit more than 2.5 million. Now we see Jenny Hansson passing here. Now in the lead, so where is Vibeke Skofterud, was leading in Smågan.
It's been a good run for Jenny Hansson.
Yeah, very good.
Defending champion, of course.
Here you see Vibeke Skofterud in yellow bib.
In second place, 37.4 seconds, and well, that's almost about a minute 20 since the last time station that Hansson has caught up and taken the lead. She was trailing by about 40 odd seconds.
Yep. As I mentioned before, it's very popular to watch the Vasaloppet for Swedish people, so they have nearly a little bit less than 1/3 of the population watching this race. So
that's absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. And it started to be really big in Norway as well.
Of course, the host broadcaster here, SVT, showing this live, of course, around Sweden. Got Norwegian television here as well.
I think this is one of the bigger events the Swedish television have actually during the year on the sports side, because it's 90k long, and how you stream it out and so on, it's not very easy. There's a lot of TV guys here.
Yeah.
Both Mora and Sälen.
I hear that they've put in a fiber link right through the 90-kilometer course.
Yeah.
Which makes it easier for the television to get the pictures.
So that's a little bit of work to do to dig 90k.
Big investment too.
For sure. Just for a sport race once a year.
Yeah. So let's see in the lead there, the 33-year-old Thomas Hendriksen from Norway, and Team United Bakeries currently 13th position in ski classics. Best result this year was an 8th place showing the Konelupe Lauf in Germany, just 6.8 seconds behind the winner. He was 10th in the last ski classics in Estonia. Well, his best result in Vasaloppet so far in his career is a 14th place, and that was, well, 12 months ago. So two guys there from Team United Bakeries in the lead. See a couple of, well, at least, yeah, a couple of guys there from Team Spirit as well.
Jimmy Johnson and Rickard Andreasen, and then you have Daniel Tunnel going change tracks there. So now you have done the easy part, the downhills, and you are actually in Tenneng now. So here after, now we're going to see the sprint seals first here. I think it's for sure it's Anders Palmer in the middle track there.
Yeah. It looks like Rajak second, maybe third. It was tight between himself.
Yep, they have changed now.
It's so strange to see a British flag. So these are the guys in that chasing pack, of course. And Pola there, he was in the lead for a bit. Rickard Andreasen. Jürgen Brink, 29th position. Did we see two of the Tunnel brothers there?
Yeah, we saw
his
also
younger brother as well.
Yeah, 10-year younger brother, Rickard Tunnel. He has not any victories in Vasaloppet, so he has a little bit work to do to be in the absolutely top.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to follow in his older brother's footsteps, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So sprint standings, 130 points. Look at that lead for Ranjak. That is absolutely impressive. And well, with just 2 more races to go in Ski Classics, you can safely say that is signed, sealed and delivered for the Czech.
As I started to mention before, they were in Tenning, and now they are heading against Risberg, and now you have slightly uphills for a while. So normally it can be a breakout, and it can be a winning breakout from this point. So here you see all the top athletes is in the top here. So it's changed from the start of the race. They were more in the back, except Reshak and Jerry Arlin. But now they're heading against the top here, and if they're going to be a breakout, they have to join that if they think it's a winning breakout.
Yeah.
You see Jürgen Aukland to the left here, going pretty hard.
Yeah, we didn't see too many of the teams earlier on, did we? But now we see, look, we see a lot of Team Extra personnel. We see the Team Tynell, of course, Team United Bakeries there, Team X Spirit, they're the main big teams as well.
For sure. So for the not experienced youngsters, it's going to be a tough part to join the pack now.
Well, we see the younger of the Auckland brothers in the lead at the moment. 3 years the junior to Anders is Jürgen Auckland. Currently in 2nd position in Ski Classics. It's been a good year for him so far. He finished in well, a disappointing 8th place overall last year, which I'm sure he wasn't too happy about. Of course, a former winner here in the Vasaloppet in 2008. Crossing the line in a winning time of 4 hours, 13 minutes, 45 seconds.
So then Jerry Arlin was double pulling just all the way, and it was very bad condition. So then the Auckland brothers went on no kick wax, just to have a sandpaper on the kick wax zone. So I have much better skis than Jerry Arlin. So. Yeah. Jürgen Aukland was winning pretty easily and comfortable.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, it's the setup of the skis is vital, isn't it?
I mean, for sure. It's 90k long, and it's a fast race compared to a World Cup. So if you have a little bit bad glide, then you're gonna be tired in the end for sure.
So remember back to the first Ski Classics of the year, the Rzeszowska Parasanska, for the women of Team X Spirit, they didn't quite have the right setup, so they say, and they had very disappointing showing too. Nystrom in 7th place and Hansen crossing in 3rd place, but they just couldn't keep up with Sarah Svensson, who crossed the line in 1st position.
And they were far in the back. A big time gap in Exhilarating Padisatska.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit impressed of Daniel Tinell's action today. He looks really comfortable when Jerry Arlin was in the top and go pretty hard. He was pretty relaxed behind. So
he's got such a big upper body, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He looks a lot more solid than Auckland, who's in 2nd place at the moment, and the other guys as well. He looks a lot more solid, a lot more muscular, you could say.
Yeah. He's 91k heavy.
Okay. Wow.
So he's not a small guy.
Not a small guy at all.
To be a sportsman in this so tough sport.
He could easily take the rugby field or...
Yeah. In cycling and running and these kind of sports, it's pretty small guys normally.
Yeah.
So to be a skier is a big guy.
What would the average weight be, right, roughly, for these top guys? I suppose they all...
Roughly, I would say around 80. So a lot less than ice hockey and these kind of sports and American football. Thomas Henriksson from United Bakeries. Has been in the top 10, top 20 in many years now in the long distance races. So he's pretty experienced.
Yes.
Not been on the podium.
No. Not this year, and not in the history of Vasaloppet. His best place, as mentioned, 14th position 12 months ago. Best result this year was an 8th place at the Lauf. He got a 10th place finish at the Tartu Marathon. Started the year off very disappointing with a 35th placing to Jezerska Parasaska, some 8 minutes 11 seconds behind Rajak.
You mentioned it at the start, so it's a historical race that since the King Gustav Vasa, before he went king, he has an escape from Mora to Sälen. And then in the newspaper, a guy mentioned this in 1921, I think. So the year after, in 1922, they thought to have this Vasaloppet race, but then they changed from, instead of going from Mora to Sälen, they go from Sälen to Mora.
Okay.
And Vasaloppet was born.
It's a tremendous amount of history. One of the oldest, of course, in the ski country races. And yeah, King Gustav Vasa in 1920 escaping the invading troops of Christian II, King of Denmark.
Yeah.
Trying to get away. And from what I hear, he came through the town and the locals didn't really want to help him. So he continued on his merry ways, and then they changed their mind.
Yeah.
And they sent out their 2 fastest skiers to catch up with him. And then, interesting story.
Yeah.
A little bit of history.
That was the time before cars and so on.
Yeah, just a little bit before.
You see here now the track is cracking up a little bit, so they start to ski in one track, and that's often a sign of that it's going pretty fast.
It looks like Damin now in the lead from Team Extra Personnel. "28-year-old new into the team this year for Team Extra Personnel. Currently 7th in Ski Classics, his best showing this year, 5th placing at the Lauf. Of course, that was the very tight finish there in Germany, just 3.2 seconds behind the winner. Never really challenged the podium, the young Norwegian, in his 6th Vasaloppet. Best showing so far is 22nd placing in 2009 and 2008. I saw an interview yesterday with Jenny Hansen talking about the conditions and everything like that for this race, and she mentioned she prefers wintry conditions when she races. What was she meaning by that? She prefers it to be a lot colder, and I mean, we saw what race was it this year? In Germany, when it was about minus 20 degrees. It was absolutely freezing.
Yeah, that was really cold. And they said the official temp was around 20 degrees, but some parts of the track was like minus 26, and then I think it started to be really cold.
Oh, yeah. And there was a big warning for the participants in that race to get themselves prepared for it, to cover the face.
And risk to get freezing in the face.
Yeah.
To get injuries from that, and also the lungs.
Of course.
To ventilate in maybe 200 liters in a second, in a minute, sorry, for so long time.
Yeah.
It's gonna hurt the lungs. So some people, when it's so cold, get problems for the rest of their lives. So people should think about go races in very cold condition.
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous, of course. And I was quite surprised, to be honest, to see Oscar Svard racing that one, to be honest, in his first race of the year. I mean, since he's been sick all year, I was very surprised to see him race in that. I mean,
and then he was sick again. So.
And then he was sick again. It's
so he has a stomach problem. I don't actually know what the problem is, but he has some parasites in the stomach and so on. So I'm not a doctor, so I'm just a former skier.
I was wanting you to give me your medical opinion, but I want to ask you that.
You have a medical opinion on Sandra Hansson, or?
Yeah,
she has been sick for a while during this year. And
yeah, well, she hasn't, of course, raced this year, which is disappointing after such a strong year last year. Of course, she was with Team United Bakeries last year, with Team Molvin this year, her own team. And, well, she's got mononucleosis, which is unfortunate. Of course, she is a two-time winner here in Vasaloppet as well. She did the double in 2008, 2009, second placing in 2010. Wasn't here last year. So, of course, we wish Sandra all the best and a speedy recovery from her illness. It'd be good to see her on the course again and try and challenge these Team Spirit girls.
Yep. It's a little bit too much Team Spirit on the girls' side, I think. So it's better for the sport if it's a team fight. So now on some races there has been triple up for Team Spirit. It's very good for Team Spirit, but for the sport it's better if it's not fight on every race maybe, but most of the races there has to be some excitement.
But definitely, it is Team Spirit domination for the women at the moment. Of course, the last couple of races have been 1, 2, 3 for Team Spirit, of course, with Serena Bona joining the team as well. Of course, she raced in the Engadin ski marathon team last year. A good signing for Team Spirit, but it just makes them so dominant in the women's race.
You see Daniel Rickardsson to the left, and then you have Rickard Andreasson to the right. And the youngster in the pink bib.
Leading the way there, yeah, from Team Extra
Personal.
Yeah.
And now you see you have Daniel Tunnell gap back to Jerry Orlin. Let's go really hard.
They're picking up some serious pace now.
It's interesting that Tunnell is in the front for so long. You have breaking up the group pretty much in the last couple of Ks, and still continue going pretty hard. You see people have problem to catch up with him.
Oh, missing out on the drink on that occasion.
So giving drinks to Johan Kjellstad, the very good sprint skier.
We've seen a few collisions throughout the year so far. It's always it's very entertaining to watch anyway.
Yep. Now we're heading to Risberg, and we have actually a sprint there as well. Not for Ski Classic, but for Vasaloppet. And it's again €500. And it's just prize money for the winner. And the winner is for the first man to reach Risberg.
Yet another historic town on the route here of Vasaloppet. First occupants in the city of Risberg back in the 1600s. So certainly a very historical setting, this course.
A little bit interesting here again. You see Daniel Tunnell is not perfect gliding.
Then you see the website www.skiclassics.com, where you can get all the latest statistics. Of course, the live streaming as well. And as mentioned earlier, if you're on Facebook, more than welcome to log on, ask some questions, tell us what you think of the race so far. See the next station that they'll cross through. Pretty much seen spectators along the route throughout the whole course.
See if Brezak in the top again. It's a United Bakery guy here. Black and yellow.
There's about 4 of their skiers near the front. Hendrickson it is. Takes it out over his teammate Lagerlin. And Arnie Post as well. 1, 2, 3 for Team United Bakeries. Jimmy Jonsson there. 2 Auckland brothers side by side. Cullison in 18th. He's the man wearing the pink bib. Current leader for the youth. Bought an ace in 23rd from a new team this year. Team N Pro from Norway.
Laugalan was 12th place in Vasaloppet last year.
He's been Mr. Consistency for me for Team United Bakeries this year. They've had some up and down results, but for him, he's been very consistent. 8th in his first race, followed up by another 8th place in Marcialonga, 13th. The Konoluve Lauv just 9.1 seconds behind, and a 12th place showing, 20 seconds from the winner at the Tartu Marathon. Currently 8th place in Ski Classics, the 30-year-old, and this is his 11th Vasaloppet. Been here every year since 2002, and his best place has been a 12th place showing 12 months ago. So he'll be looking for a personal best, no doubt, here this year.
But he also had some good result a couple of years ago in EJ Särskan and König Ludwig Lauf, 5th and 8th place. So it's been top 10 for a couple of times in the long distance races.
But he's, like you talked earlier, he's one of those in the same mould maybe as Jimmy Jonsson. Just needs that first to push on to that next level.
I think it's important, as we mentioned before, to have a victory first, to realize it's not impossible to be in the top.
But it must be a mental hurdle, surely, for these younger competitors when they're racing each race against the Auckland brothers, against Stanislav Brezak, guys who have won on a regular basis for many years. So it must be quite a mental hurdle to get over the fact that you can beat them and you can, take the podium place.
For sure, but it's not impossible. So just if they realize this is possible, then they may be gonna be victorious, because I think they have the physical capacity.
Sure.
It's just the mental barriers they have to break.
When you went into your first Vasaloppet in 2003, did you think about these big guys that were in the race at all? Did you question if you could be at the same level as them?
Actually, I didn't have so much respect at all. I just keep going. But you get experience and know where to do the breakouts and when to drop off and be a little bit relaxed and so on. So you get more and more experience the more races you go.
Sure. But like in 2005, leading up to that Vasaloppet, did you have a result that really made you believe? Or because I mean, you look at the 2 years prior to that, a 24th place and a 16th place the year before, 2004. It's a big jump up to second place. It's a huge jump.
And my goal was not the Vasaloppet, it was the normal distance races. So Vasaloppet was a funny thing to do.
Yeah.
So that was more of a surprise to be second place. So my goal, realistic goal, was just to be between 5 and 15.
Okay.
But
so there wasn't something prior that year where you thought, okay, I can give this a good crack, I'm in good form.
No. So it's just the last 2 years that I was a pro, that I was heading for the long distance races.
Okay. So here we see at the 34.5 kilometer mark, Hendrickson, 3 Norwegians leading, in fact, and 3 from Team United Bakeries. Still a fairly solid pack. 2 skiers there from the new team, Team N Pro. German skier in there as well.
Masfraimut, and then we had the Russian guy Shiryayev.
So it was about 37 seconds from the leader to the end of that chasing pack. Beautiful pictures once again. Helicopter overhead. We've been going now for well over 1.5 hours, 54 kilometers to go. Of course, we're based here in Mora at the finishing line, and it's pretty quiet here at the moment.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, not too long, I'm sure this place will be absolutely jam-packed.
It's maybe 20 people in the crowd so far.
It's a wonderful setup. There's a massive big screen here where the locals can come down and watch the race as well.
So in maybe, let's see, 2 hours 20, it's gonna be crowded here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you probably want to be here in about an hour and a half if you want to get a good seat. And a bit of a change to the finishing line this year, isn't there?
Yeah, they have put in a small hill the last 100 meters.
Yeah, I think it's both to one to get the amount of people across the track. It was a bit of a nightmare the years before.
Yeah.
So they've put a tunnel underneath, which is really good.
And also an extra excitement for the race to have this, because it's very flat, the last part. So
just wanted to throw something in there.
Yeah, so do something different.
Yeah. Still waiting to see what the times for the woman were through this bay. It'll be still interesting to see if Jenny Hansen is holding on to her lead, if she's been able to extend the time, of course, back to that second place.
It's a little bit interesting as well to know that no one have won Vasaloppet without kick wax. So just double pull and just use the glide of the skis. Has no one been victorious. People have tried, been third place as best.
Mm-hmm. Was it Jerry Allen that did it, the double bowl expert?
2008.
That's incredible. The double pole that distance, 90 kilometers. Well, I got given an interesting fact sheet, I'll tell you what, about this race, and it's some incredible facts, I must say. I'll tell you a couple now. We're over 500,000 competitors who have raced in this race, and well, each of them that have got to the finish line have together covered the distance equal to 1,050 times around the Earth, or 54 return journeys to the moon.
That's amazing.
That's quite some distance.
And I think they lose some weight as well.
Yeah, each skier loses on average 3 kilograms. 3 kilograms during a race. That is to say, over the history of this event, some 17,600 Vasaloppet skiers have disappeared. So that means for yourself, well, you've done it 7 times, 21 kilos you've lost, if you go on that average. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's some carbohydrates and calories that burns.
Yeah, definitely.
So, a couple of years ago, it was more people doing this carbo load strategy.
Yeah.
So they went without Tuesday, Wednesday, non-carbohydrate meal at all, and they emptied the body on carbohydrates, get really tired, and then start eating carbohydrates and eating it a lot from middle of Wednesday night, and eat a lot, and then you can load a little bit more in the body, and it's so useful in the end to have a good carbohydrate load, because if you go above your threshold, the threshold is where you produce lactate as much as much as you can handle.
Okay.
Not handle it, where body can recover easily. So you go harder than this one, the lactate gonna increase all the time, and then you have to slow the speed. And then when you pass this threshold, you just burn carbohydrates, and then it will last for maybe 1 hour, 1.5.
Okay.
And the time here is the winning time is we talked about before 3 hours 50.
Yeah.
So you have to add extra energy during the race. You have to train so much that you can do some fat burn during the race.
Yeah.
So if you can move this threshold closer to your maximum heart rate, it's then much easier to burn fat.
Okay. Oh, very interesting.
So if you go, maybe not on this stage, but it's the first 20k when it's not very fast, then it's very good if you can go on maybe 30% fat or something, and then the rest carbohydrates. Then just save the carbohydrates for the last bit
to push at the end. Yeah. That's interesting. Do these big teams have like a nutritionist with them, or?
No, not with them all the time, but they have a dialogue with them during the year.
Yeah.
So how to do and what to think about and so on.
Yeah.
And the service people they have on the team is there are a lot of people.
Yeah.
So like Daniel Tenay, I think he's have 30 people, and when I raced, I had around 14 just serving me with drinks and food and so on.
So is that friends and family, or is that
friends and family and so on?
Yeah. That's such a big crew. I mean, the Tynell brothers, there's just 2 of them for the team, and to have that many. Oof. You certainly need a committed crew behind you. So there's a woman, and well, she's closed the gap, just 3.5 seconds now, and now there's a big gap back to Serena Bona and, well,
Laila
Kveli, but where is Susan Nyström?
That was interesting.
Very interesting. Maybe, well, to be that far behind, it could be that she is not in the race. We might have to find that one out quick, smart. That'll be very disappointing for Susan Nyström. I saw an interview with her yesterday. She was raring to go, so unless something's changed overnight, because she was going for her 4th straight victory in ski classics. She, of course, won her 5th, I should say, Shea Varson, the women's race last week. And of course, is a former champion here as well, 2010. So that'll be very disappointing for the 29-year-old. As mentioned, we'll quickly get some information and see what is the story there with Susan Nyström. So back at the front for the men, 50 kilometers to go, so we've done about 40 kilometers now. It looks like a skier there from Team In Pro in the front.
Sventure Sinnes in the lead. It's also, like we discussed before, with the United Bakeries guy, Laugaland and Henriksen, a skier that has been in the long distance races for a while, but not at podium, but good position.
Yeah, well, he's in his 7th Vasaloppet, and it's been a long time since he's had a good showing. His best showing, in fact, was his first ever in 2006, where he finished in 16th place. But, well, 12 months ago, he had a very disappointing 61st placing. 2010, he was 25th. Well, this year it's been. Well, he had a good start to Ski Classics in the Czech Republic, finishing in 7th place, 2 hours 22 minutes 36 seconds, 47 seconds behind Rajak. But since then, he had a 39th place in Marcialonga, very disappointing 22nd placing at the Koning Ludwig Lauf, and a 17th placing at the Tartu Marathon. He's currently 17th in Ski Classics. So he's our leader at the moment. Auckland in 2nd position. Jorgen Auckland, of course, the younger of the Auckland brothers. So what's the winter been like at this part of the world? Has it been a good winter? It was a late winter, wasn't it? It's been a late winter in Sweden.
Late winter, and also not so much snow as usual.
Yeah.
But at this part of the country, it's been okay.
Yeah, I was up. Well, not the Christmas just now. The Christmas before, I was up the northern part of Sweden. It was about -35. I was up there at the same time this year. Well, the Christmas just gone. It was only -10.
Yep.
So it was a huge difference, really.
But the northern part of Sweden has a lot more snow than this middle, little bit north of middle part of Sweden, like Dalarna.
Yeah.
It's not super far from Stockholm, Dalarna. It starts from 150k up to, if you reach Sälen, the more far side of Dalarna, then it's like 350k from Stockholm.
And it's a very popular ski resort as well, isn't it, Sälen?
Sälen, yeah, they have a good alpine skiing, not very long alpine slopes, but there is a lot of them. So it's the 2nd biggest in Sweden.
And I hear it's a great party there in winter too. For the youngsters who go from Stockholm.
So many people go up to Sälen and put some ski clothes, but they haven't skied with them, so they just go on after ski. But this time of year, it's very lovely. We go out skiing and when it's conditioned like that, like it is right now. Clear blue sky, cold morning, but the sun is warming.
Yeah.
So it's a lovely time.
Yeah. These guys must be rather hot in this kind of conditions with the suit on, wouldn't they?
Nah, it's a very thin race suit. Yeah. So they have what you say?
So it breathes quite nicely, I suppose, with the
with a shirt underneath.
Thermal top underneath.
Thermal top, and then they have this thin race suit that's breathable, with the fabrics that's breathable.
Yeah.
Compared to the old times in 1922, they would have cotton or wool. It was
and about 20 layers as well.
Yeah. Wet and cold. So times change. Then we have Anders Högberg at the left track.
Very impressive looking suit he's got on.
Yeah. Actually, it was a little bit ugly, if you ask me.
I suppose it's a debatable topic, I suppose.
Yeah, now they're coming pretty close to the road here. So people can pass on the road and have a look at the skiers. And there you see the road to the left.
Yeah, it's just one way, isn't it? So it's not the nicest if you're looking to travel.
No.
Which I don't think there'll be too many people travelling, to be honest, although there is quite a few cars there.
So 48k to go. You see the signs on the sides there, so every k they counting down from 90.
How much kind of looking at your competitors and just trying to read their body language, trying to read, okay, is he tired? Is he looking strong? Is he the one who's going to... Is there a lot of that going on, or...?
It's no idea to do that. I think then you're
worrying about other people instead of yourself.
Then you are maybe not a loser, but you have to think about yourself, what to do and so on, but you have to look at the competitors more likely. How good glide do they have? What are my chances to go away in different part of the track and so on. So if you look at them and if you come like me in 2005 and not any good results in Vasaloppet before, and have a look at like Tinel, Oskar Svärd or Jerry Arlin or someone, and just think, oh my God, these gear are really, really good.
And then you just put yourself out of the race, really, don't you?
Then you feel really tired.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't think about how tired you are or how much it hurt in your, especially in the arms in the end.
Yeah.
Anders Högberg here to the left was actually fifth place in the first sprint championship in Lahtis that was on the scene around the world champs.
Okay.
So he's an old sprint guy, born in 1976.
So the pack very tight together now.
So when it's wide like this, it's often a sign that it's not going very fast.
Yep. It'll be interesting. We can look at the times at the next station and we can compare it to the record time.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at when they went for Risberg after 34.5 kilometers, our leader at the time was Hendrickson at 1 hour 25 minutes 58.3 seconds.
So they are like just 2 minutes behind the record time and just 2 minutes before last year's time. So
it's not bad.
Not bad. So they have a good speed, and last year they have a ended time on 3:51. And the record time is 3 hours, 38 minutes and 58 seconds.
So if you were a betting man, what time would you put it on? If you got a 2-minute buffer.
2-minute buffer. I would say 3:49 to 3:51.
Interesting.
And you?
I'll think positive. I'll go a little bit before that. I think I'll take 3:47 to 3:49. I'll take the 2 minutes before yours.
Yep.
But if I win that, you must be very disappointed. Of course, the news as well coming into this race, of course, a little bit of English royalty. We talked about the British flag with the British skier up there earlier. Of course, we got Pippa and James Middleton, the sister of the new Duchess of Cambridge, of course, Catherine Middleton, taking part in the Vasaloppet. Here this year, they're doing it to raise money for a charity known as Magic Breakfast, which is a small registered charity that fights child hunger in the UK, delivering free breakfasts such as bagels and cereal, etc., etc., to thousands of state primary schools there in the UK. So they're doing it for charity. And well, I'm not too sure if we'll get a picture of them, but I'm sure they'll be well back in the field. But it's great to have them, and there's been quite a bit of well, royalty, you could say, that have taken part in the Vasaloppet over the years. Of course, the current king, King Carl Gustaf, he has participated in the Vasaloppet 3 times, in fact, every 10 years from 1977. While his son, Prince Carl Philip, took part in 2004, and he did a time of 6 hours, 21 minutes, 52 seconds. Well, the daughter, Princess Madeline, she took part in the Skivasken, which is the race for the girls, which was last week in 2008. So a little bit of a royal participation even in the Vasaloppet.
And we see the chasing group. So Anders Pallinger, who took the sprint in Mångsbodan, is now actually a little bit far back there.
Oh, Jimmy Jonsson there almost having a collision with the skier coming across onto his track. And the three skiers from Team United Bakeries looking to push ahead here. They're the three leaders at the moment. Well, where can you see this Ski Classics heading in the future? Can you see it going from strength to strength each and every year, and increased number of teams, increased number of sponsorship?
Yeah, I think so. To be so big in just 2 years, I think it's cool to see. I love the ski sport and the cross-country skiing, so I think it's good for that everyone has the possibility to see them a couple of 7 times during the winter on the TV.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea. I think it's a great packaged kind of deal, and it kind of adds a little bit of extra excitement, you could say, to it. Of course, with the team challenge, the sprint challenge, the overall winner, the yellow bib, of course. It's exciting to watch, and you can follow them throughout the year, and it's about consistency as well.
Yeah, for sure. And if they have seen the skier a couple of times during the winter, it's easier to recognize them and so on.
And it must be great for these young guys as well. I mean, they get a lot more exposure than what they would if they were racing as an individual and they finished in 7th place. You don't really hear too much about them after, but if they're in a team like Team United Bakeries, Team Extra Personnel, then you start to see them a little bit more.
And it can be interesting in the future, because we were mentioning it before about the cycling and so on. The team go, and one person can have one to catch up the pack.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see that in the future as well in the cross-country skiing in the long distance here. Start with broadcasting, start with teams, start to helping each other a little bit, and to go more to you go for this guy or this guy or this guy, and the other people helping them to win. So maybe if you are a pack like this, 3 guys try to do a breakout. The other group is maybe try to hold the pace back. So if some other teams want to go and catch them, the 3 guys or 4 guys from the same team who is in the lead, just following, and when they reach the changing the leading pack, they can go again.
Yeah.
So they kill each other, and then it's more exciting for the viewers as well.
Definitely. And I mean, what kind of time frame could you see that kind of?
We're not there yet. I think it's a couple of years more to go.
Of course, I mean, you've got a lot of old guys, you could say, and as they say, you can't teach old dogs new tricks, and it could be a case of these younger guys that will bring that sort of through in the next couple of years.
I would say 4 or 5 years maybe.
Yeah.
Then we see much more, not as the managers say how to do, but they help each other more. As we see in the Olympics at the skiathlon, the Swedish team did a team thing. Yeah. Johan Olsson went away, Anders Södergren, Marcus Hellner was just taking it easy in the pack and try to just slow it down. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great to watch. I mean, it is a long race. I mean, this race, of course, 90 kilometers will be on air for about 4.5 hours. Yeah. So it is a long time, and all these extra little things that get added in, it just makes it more exciting to watch and better viewing. And of course, not to mention sponsorship, it's a lot more attractive for sponsors to jump on board in a team environment than it is, say, for an individual.
For sure.
I mean, the coverage that the sponsor would get is far more greater, especially when you're getting 7 events throughout the year for ski classics and say 7-8 competitors in the race. I mean, it's fantastic for the sponsor.
Yeah, that's good. Now we're going to see them up in Eversberg here in a couple of minutes. Here you see.
This is, of course, our second and final sprint for the ski classics. All the locals hovering around, waiting for the participants to arrive. And there you see them. Still a strong pack.
Here we have also double up with the sprint money from Vasaloppet of the ski classic. They have a little bit more than €1,000.
No.
So now we're gonna see if Stanislav Rezak is gonna go for it again.
He's hungry for his sprint points. But these leading guys, would they make a comfortable living? These professional guys?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good life.
But not as much as in ice hockey or in NBA and NFL.
Of course.
And this bigger of football.
Yeah.
That gets millions and millions.
Yeah.
So that they can survive and buy not what they want, but pretty okay.
Yeah. I suppose they spend a large majority of their time too training, so I don't think you need too much money. So coming into that sprint of its bay.
Well, shuttle drumming to the right, I think.
So 43 kilometers.
Here we have Kalle Grafnings from Falun Borlänge. 87 in the orange race suit.
Just holding on to the pack there.
Now we're going to see the sprint then. No picture. Here.
Rajak, there he is.
Not surprising.
And he's going to take it.
Stanislav Rezak.
I've lost count of the amount of times he's won a sprint in ski classics this year. But he's extended his lead once again. Damen in second. Hendrickson in third. So 18, is it? 18, 19 skiers?
I think
still
it's
going.
a little bit more. I think it's around 35 or something.
Yeah. So are we going to see Stanislav Rajak drop back once again and just get back in the pack?
I think so.
We've already seen him drop off.
40 skiers. Håkan Löfström at the 39th place there was a skier for Falun Borlänge before, but now he is going for a different club. I think it was from his where he was born and raised.
Well, leading the way after that second sprint is Damen, 28-year-old from Norway. Up there now is Hendrickson, it looks like, and number 14. Just telling the snowmobile to get out of the way. Been a good race so far from Thomas Hendrickson. 33-year-olds look solid so far.
So now again you have easy skiing for 4K, and here is very fast downhills.
If you put yourself in their boots, you could say, at the moment, would you be content to just stick with this pack? Could you imagine someone trying to break away sometime soon? Or these two here are starting to build a little bit of a lead, but
I don't think this is a winning go at all.
Yeah.
So if I were in the pack, I should be
Continue to stay there.
yeah, pretty relaxed.
At what point would you think it would be the last point to get a breakaway, a winning breakaway, you could say, if this pack stays together?
The last part.
Yeah, where would you see the break coming if we stayed this strong? I mean, I just think back to the kind of Ludwigslauf. I know it was a shorter distance, but it just never broke up. The pack just stayed together and stayed together, and no one made the break, and it just was a fight to the finish line. It just came down to the last 100 meters, pretty much.
Yeah, I think they can often happen a couple of K or 1K from Högberg.
Yeah.
So it's like 20K to go.
Yeah.
People start to be tired, and just before you enter the flat part, the last 19K. So, yeah, Daniel Tunnel is normally do his breakout in 1K from Högberg.
You see here, what's going on here? Just holding onto his pole, a little bit of
They help each
friendship.
other a little bit. So,
is this to hold on to their lead, or is it? Of
No,
course, they're in different teams. I mean, they're not.
to push him a little bit further on, because it's much easier to be in the back of his.
So he's just giving them the little push to.
Yeah. They're getting faster if they're helping each other then.
Interesting.
So it's similar to bicycling, but there you don't have the possibility to
Yeah,
to
of
push
course.
the guy in front of you.
Yeah.
Got a question here on Facebook if running is in the leading group at the end, if this has a good chance in the finish sprint. So
Yeah, this is coming from Martin Edemeyer on the Facebook, on the live center. So what are your thoughts on that one?
I think he has a good chance. He has done very well in the World Championship in sprint. He was I think it was second or third place in the 15K Classic in Oslo. So
Yeah.
he's a good sprinter, but I would say it's pretty much a difference to be going 1500 meters as it is in the normal sprint and doing a sprint after 89K. So
It's pretty tough.
it's more about how much energy you have in the end compared to how fast you are in normally 200 meters. So I would say he's
Some of the nature, some of the local creatures of the land. As we just look at the official results there after 47.1 kilometers, I should say. Second sprint, Rajak, of course, Damin in second, taking the 15 points. As we look lower down, Jimmy Jonsson in 13, Jürgen Brink, the two-time defending champion there or thereabouts. And, well, all the top guys pretty much there. The Estonian, a couple of Estonians up there as well.
Then we have a gap there after Håkan Lövström. You see the big creatures.
The big creatures of the land. Oh, that's wonderful, isn't it?
King of Sweden, they say, in the nature.
There you see it, 150 points now for the Czech skier. What a fantastic year it is turning out to be for Stanislav Rajak. Well, thank you for your question there, Martin. Of course, everyone else who is on the live centre, please do log on to Facebook. Tell us what you think, ask some questions. We'll be happy to answer your questions, or at least try to answer them anyway.
I will just finish the question there about running and his opportunities to have a winning sprint in the end. I would say I don't think he's gonna win because he have he's too tired, probably because it's he's not experienced enough to go 90k.
It is a different ball game, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, after 89 kilometers, it's not as though you're fresh, and it's just down to pace. So you see, Tinel, is it take the lead once again?
Yeah, in the bigger downhills here. So now there is soon maybe a couple of maybe a 1k they're gonna cross the road for the first time and the last time.
First and last, and well, you can see clear blue skies over here. It doesn't get any more perfect than this. Certainly the weather gods have been very kind to us here today. 88th edition of Vasaloppet.
You see catching out the scooter. So here you have also opportunity to choose track if you want to go behind the scooter or you want to go in a own track. So there you see the road to the left again. She's not soon going to pass that. So here you see the scooter just blowing some snow into the track.
Okay.
So normally that's slower, but you get some wind from the scooter, and sometimes it's good to have some icy crushed snow in the track.
Yeah.
You see they get a little bit of a gap there. I mentioned before maybe Tinal didn't have so good skis, but he had the own track done. So it can be a difference between tracks to track. When they groom the track, and if it was a little bit icy, if it's wet underneath, so one track can be faster in one part and another in a different place. So.
Yeah. We've got another question here from Yaroslav, and it looks like he is a Stanislav Rajak fan, maybe from the Czech Republic, who knows. Wants to know what your best is, Martin. I'm assuming he means here in Vasaloppet, maybe? And well, do you want me to answer that?
No. Second place and first loser, 2005.
But what a great finish it was. I mean, 1 second to Oscar Svard. That is absolutely tremendous. And a time of 3 hours, 51 minutes, 48 seconds. And well, the last time you competed, of course, last year, you were here. You were racing at this point in time. Yeah. And you crossed in 19th place.
Yeah, so that was not a good result. I think I was the worst race during the season, so I was a little bit better in my Marcialong and König Ludwiglauf in these races.
Yeah. And well, if you're meaning outside of Vasaloppet, well, of course, bronze medalists, World Championships.
Yeah.
Fantastic. With the Swedish team, of course. In the 4 by 10 kilometer, of course.
Yep. So that was the first leg, the classic one. So I was a little bit more of a classic specialist. So compared to skating.
And of course, you've been on the tracks here this week as well. You partook in the relay.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did that go?
I was a nice go. I'm not training so much now, so maybe just once a week. So that's a lot different compared to 10 to 14 times a week.
Of course.
So I'm not trained to do this kind of sport, but you have the little bit of strength left, and you have some, especially the technique still there.
Yeah.
So when it was on Friday, it was a very fast race. So I was third place on the first leg then in the relay. So.
And what was the distance for that?
It was from start to Mångsbodarna, so it was 24k.
Okay. So this is our leading woman now.
Vibeke Skofterud looks like she is leading.
She's taken over from Jenny Hansen. Well, she took the lead in the first time station, of course, and then she dropped back by about 40 seconds, and now she's back in the lead. So.
Where do we have Jenny Hansson? Here we have a white race suit in the middle of the group.
So there we see our leading woman. You see some of the drink stations there. And apparently, from what I've been told, some 92,220 litres of Ekström's blueberry soup, sports drinks and coffee is consumed at the 7 checkpoints along the course in Vasaloppet, which is quite a lot, as well as that is 75,000 Vasaloppet buns. And what are Vasaloppet buns?
I don't know. Can we see Jenny Hansson? And it's up to 48 seconds.
So it's been a big turnaround from the last time check.
Here we see Mattias Arsford helping Vibeke Skofterud in the Mora race suit.
Of course, the women have only been competing in the Vasaloppet since 1981.
Yeah, and they have their own class from 1997.
Okay.
So that's a big difference between men and women. The men's race, you are in the front if you are leading.
Yeah.
But the girls' race, you can have much more help from other people, from other men. So you maybe are placed 200 in the race, but you're still leading the girls' race. So it's fast from the beginning for the girls, and the men is more tactics.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different race.
Definitely. I mean, the leading woman, she can go out by herself early, can't she? And she can continue to build it. She can continue to go ahead. Whereas a single male going ahead, it's
he's gonna kill himself.
Yeah, he's gonna kill himself.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we've got another question for you now. As we see, we'll just wait on that one. Serena Bona there as well, and she's quite far behind. 2 minutes 34.
Together
Valley right with her, and Svensson as well.
Laila Kveli is the yellow bib as well with Svensson, or like Kveli. Kveli is having a baby together with Jerry Arlin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they are a couple.
They are a couple. Didn't know that. That is news to me. 24 years of age, wearing bib number 505. She's first in the youth section. And this is her third Vasaloppet. She was 5th place last year. Her first place, 2008, she finished in 9th. So it's been an okay year for Kveli. She's had pretty solid results. 6th, 4th, 6th and a 7th in the 4 ski classics. So,
yeah, that's good.
And what do you think their kid will do? Do you think they'll do skiing maybe?
They have the genes to go
definitely,
good.
Definitely have the genes. So we've got another question for you from Thomas Donnell. What do you think about most of the ski classic races being pure double poling contests? Do you think that new races with more steep uphill sections would be added to the series?
I think it's good for the sport that it's a different type of tracks, and it's not good. I think for the sport if it's just double pulling all the time. So I maybe agree with him there. I maybe gonna see more added steep uphills. Not maybe natural, but they dig up every maybe 5K or something.
Yeah.
To just
trying to add something more to it.
Yeah,
to try
it's when it's very steep, it's very hard to double pull.
Yeah.
Then you have a big advantage to go diagonal and use the leg. But if it's a flat uphill, then it's maybe faster to go double pulling, but then you kill the arms in the long turn.
Yeah.
But if it's really steep, then you're not faster in double pulling, then you're faster in diagonal.
Yeah. I mean, we've only really seen one steep climb so far this year, which is Cascada, which is different, isn't it?
It has to be steeper to be very hard to double pull.
Yeah, sure.
So, for example, Tartu Marathon in Estonia, there the course is not any big uphills, but it's the uphill there is. They are very small and steep.
Yeah.
So it's very hard track to just double pull.
Yeah. So good question there, and a good thought.
That's a good analyze from him. So now it's pretty slow in the group again.
So 34 kilometers to go, 2 hours 17 minutes. These guys have been going here. Vasaloppet 2012. A couple of boys from Team Extra Personnel out the front there. Jürgen Auckland, our current second place skier in Ski Classics for the season, leading from the front.
Soon they're gonna hit the hill, the uphill just before Oxberg. So there you also have a point or place where people go try to do a breakout. So as we see in after Tenneng, where the top athletes come up to the top, they normally want to be in the top here as well. So if you are like in this pack, you are around 30, and the 5 guys go away in the top here. It's very hard to catch them again. Then you maybe have to do the work by yourself.
Yeah. So there we just see confirmation from the woman, and Susan Nyström is in the pack. Must have been something must have happened at the start. Broken pole maybe, or something to put her that far behind, surely.
I don't think she is satisfied with the 7th place and 5 minutes behind.
That's a long way to catch up. Very long.
I think we have the victory gonna be between Vibeke Skofterud and Jenny Hansson, for sure.
So 48 seconds she leads at the moment.
But it's still pretty much to go.
Ah, definitely.
And when you pass 2 hours, people normally start to be tired. We discussed before a little bit about carbohydrates. And when you start to be a little bit empty in your body, the times can fly if you drop off.
Ah. Just looking down those split times for the males at the 47.1 kilometer mark, and well, there doesn't seem to be any big names outside that leading pack, so no real surprises there for the males. Although saying that, Anton Sjöholm isn't quite having the best of races. The youngster from Team Experiment currently in 81st position.
Right.
So a long way to go if he's to improve or even do as well as he did last year, as 6th place getting, of course, in 2011.
It's not any good year this year, Anton. Much better last year. It was a really success. And this year, Jim Johnson has went from not a mediocre skier, but a more average top athlete to be absolutely in the top, and now it's third place overall in ski classics. So I think it's enormous and very fun to see. So I'm glad for his part.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he had to kind of step up, you could say, with Oscar Svart not being here for team experience. So
they're also sad not to see Oscar. Oscar is also adding some extra expectations among the other athletes and the crowd. So,
of course, Jimmy he's had some fantastic results. I mean, he's been on the podium on 2 occasions. Of course, second place at Rzeszowska Parasanska and third place at the Tartu Marathon. But it's not quite the same feel if you had Oscar Svart there. And then it's like 4 teams battling it out.
Yeah.
So there we see our leading woman continuing to work with the male competitors further down in the pack.
Jakob Ole Næss with the start number 181, Norwegian guy. I think Vibeke Skotterud has pretty good double pull technique. She's definitely a skier that can win this race.
Of course,
even if it's first time.
It's the first time, yeah. I mean, we've seen her in ski classics.
Now they have entered the uphill in just before Oksberg. See if it's going to be any breakout here.
If you were to put money on someone breaking out, who would you think it would be? Would it be one of the lesser known, lesser favourites, you could say, or could you expect one of the big boys to?
I think it's going to be one of the big boys. So you see the Aukland, and then you see the Jerry Alin, Daniel Tunnel. So it's just the top athletes. So both Jörgen Aukland and Daniel Tunnel has been in the front position a little bit more than expected, I think. My experience here is when you're passing Oksberg, it's 30k left, so then you start to be really tired, and it's a little bit a kind of new race, the last part. So you can be really feeling really well here, and for like 10-15k more, and then you just hit the wall.
Hit a brick wall, and it's all downhill. So I asked you earlier about being at a certain point in a race where you know, because of your experience, you've been in the race before, and how you're feeling. If you're feeling good at this point, as you said, it's pretty hard to know because you can hit a brick wall within 10 kilometers very quickly. But would these guys know that they're looking good at this point, or will they still just be focusing on getting through this next 10-15 kilometers?
Yeah, it's not easy to know how the other athletes feeling, but they can feel, as I said before, very well for now and 15k more, but then they hit the wall. So yeah, you never know. So don't be careful with the competitors. Think a little bit more by yourself.
Yeah.
And your own race. Now Jerry is going pretty hard, and you see he's breaking up the whole pack here.
Let's see, in third position there, our 2-time defending champion, Jürgen Brink, the 37-year-old Swede, finished in 5th position in ski classics last year, currently sitting in 6th place. Of course, as mentioned earlier, he came here on the back of a a victory at the Tartu Marathon, of course.
So Stanislav Rezak on the helicopter view there is a really good skis. He passed Jürgen Altland pretty easy. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
if Rezak has really good skis, he can save some energy on the flat parts. So now we have a little bit of a small downhill, coming a flat part, and then we have a uphill again, and then you reach Oxberg.
Oxberg, of course, after 62 kilometers after, well, in this 90-kilometer race, of course. Of course, Jürgen Brink has had a lot of good results prior to coming into the longer form, you could say. In fact, he's won 11 FIS races between 1995 and 2006 at various distances. In fact, won 3 bronze medals at the 2003 World Championships in Val di Fiemme. The 10, what did he win? Three different bronze medals, didn't he?
In yeah. The double pursuit, the 50k, and the relay, and the relay was the time that he was he hit the wall.
Okay.
So he was leading by 20 seconds the last 2k, but hit the wall and was nearly losing the third place as well.
Wow.
But it took some revenge on the. He was taking at the 50k bronze medal again. So that's absolutely amazing, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
So Jürgen Brink is an amazing skier, and double up here winner the last 2 years. So now you see the uphill again here is going pretty fast again. Cool.
Well, they're working hard, that's for sure.
Now I will say the race is going to be more and more interesting. What's happened now is can actually stay like this.
Yeah. So at the 47.1 kilometer mark at Eversbate, Rajak crossed the line in 1 hour 58 minutes 23.8 seconds. And how is that looking?
So that's 1 minute slower than the record time, and just 2 minutes slower, and faster than last year.
Okay. So we're pretty much on the same pace from the previous station.
But in the end here, it's a big difference between the record time and last year, because the record time the year there was much colder condition all the way.
Okay.
So last year it was much warmer in the end.
Yeah, it's certainly heating up here in Mora at the finishing line, and I tell you what, the locals are turning up in good numbers now.
Yeah.
Starting to see quite a few on the finishing line in the stands. So preparation for this race, when would these teams have arrived here? Yourself, when you raced, how far in advance would you be here preparing, getting yourself ready?
I was maybe here on Thursday, Friday, so not so far, many days before.
Yeah.
People that have longer from the other countries and a longer travel time, they maybe want to be here earlier.
Yeah.
Especially if you are from the States and so on, or Canada or Japan or something. You have the time zones as well that you have to be. I would say each hour you are crossing the time zone, you have to add an extra day.
Yeah. Well, this certainly is shaping up to be a fantastic final here. The 2012 Vasaloppet.
Now you see the top athletes, just Daniel Tinell, Jerry Alin, Jürgen Brink, and then you see the Daniel Rickardsson in the blue race suit. And then Stanislav Rezak. back där Jörgen, eller Eldar Rönning, Kötteldammen, Jörgen Aukland.
So another sprint prize here.
Yep. So once more, €500.
Come around the bend. It's fantastic to see so many supporters along the track throughout the entire race.
It's 90k long track.
Yeah. So Tinal takes out first place, crossing the line.
You see the
2
group,
hours 31.
the group is not bigger at all now, so
Yeah, the two Auckland brothers there, no surprise. Andreasen for Team Spirit as well. Jimmy Jonsson just in behind him. He brought an ace in 18th place.
and you have a gap back to the changing group.
Looked about
we
a
have Lars
couple of hundred
Sutte.
meters. A Russian there in 30th place.
So this part of the track is a little bit up and down all the way to Hökberg, and the last bit up to Hökberg is slightly uphill. And if I want to bet, I'm gonna bet that it's gonna be a breakout from Tunnel, the last cave from before you enter Hökberg.
Okay, you've heard it here first, right? Yep. Well, I mentioned it earlier just how this course is shaped up. 25% of the course is uphill, so 22.2 kilometers. 43% of it is considered level, so that's about 38.6 kilometers, and well, about 32%, 29.2 kilometers, considered downhill here in this 90-kilometer race. What are your thoughts on the schedule so far for Ski Classics? It's a pretty tough schedule. I mean, the toughest, of course, is that 1 week, pretty much, between the two races, Marcialonga and the Koniglovig Lauf.
Yeah, I'll come to that a little bit later. It's interesting to see here Jerry Arlin going pretty hard. So he's quitting there. Otherwise, it's a little bit uphill here. You have a good chance to do anything. Yeah, and back to your question there. I think it's a little bit sad that they not start a little bit earlier. So it's a start in January, and then it's, like you say, it's like 2 weeks between the races all the time there.
Yeah.
So it's not very long time to recover. It's a short period of time. So like for Oscar Svärd, for an example,
Yeah.
if you have a sickness and it's pretty long, then you are
Out 3 races, pretty much, just like that. Yeah.
So that's a little bit sad, and also it's good to have a race before Christmas, I would say.
Yeah. And I mean that 1 week gap between Marcialonga and Koniglovig Lauf is crazy to do the 70 kilometers. And that last 2 kilometers straight uphill, and then the next week do a 50 kilometer in Germany. I mean, you got the traveling time. It's crazy, the turnaround for that one.
But positive thing is that if you travel down to, for example, Marcialonga, then you stay down there in Middle Europe and also go König.
Yeah.
So a question there on Facebook about the bib number. So they have the number of the bibs from the place last year up to 150. and from 150 up to 200 they will just give out to people that not been racing the last year. So for an example, Jürgen Brink was winning last year, so he has bib number 1, and also for sure his name on the bib.
It's a little bit harder to see the numbers this year. It's bigger names, of course, as you said. The names are on it this year. But just look at those standings at the 61.7 kilometer mark. Yeah, so it is great to see the number. You know exactly where they came last year.
Yep.
A nice long straight line here through the trees. It's a fantastic shot overhead.
And in the top of the picture you have the alpine slope of Gopshus. So it's just the top athletes in the group now.
It looked about 18, 20 skiers in that front pack.
So they have coming up some people from the chasing group from Oxberg. It was a little bit splitted there earlier.
No real surprises there in that leading group.
Now the uphill up to Gopshus will start. From here.
Certainly a strong Norwegian influence in that leading pack. Of course, a bit of rivalry, of course, Norway versus Sweden. In fact, we've only seen 15 foreign winners in the history of Vasaloppet. First non-Swede to win, in fact, came in 1954. Was Kuvaja from Finland. Of course, the last foreign winner of Vasaloppet was that man in the picture just moments ago, Jürgen Auklin, in 2008. Of course, in our last ski classics, we saw a Sweden 1, 2, 3 on the podium in the Tartu Marathon.
I think it's an interesting start here from Daniel Rickardsson. It's a blue race suit there to the right in the picture. He's a guy, a World Cup skier that absolutely can be winning the Vasaloppet.
Yeah, we haven't really mentioned him too much in this race so far, have we?
No.
It was certainly a fantastic race. He, of course, was second place in his first ski classics of the year at the Tartu Marathon, just 1 second behind Jürgen Brink.
Also Olympic gold medalist in relay.
Yeah, in the 4x10 kilometer at the 2010 Olympics in Vancouver.
And also won a couple of World Cups.
He was also in the Swedish team that won last year's silver medals at the World Champs in Oslo.
Yep.
This is his third Vasaloppet for Rickardsson. His previous two showings were in 2005, 2006. 2006 he finished in 13th place in a time of 4 hours, 36 minutes and 40 seconds. He's in a new team in Ski Classics this year, a team called Team New Sweden. Which has a couple of younger skiers as well in the team. Fredrik Byström, David Jonsson.
And Fredrik Usitalo.
So three very young skiers there, all in their mid to late 20s.
Jürgen Aukland is in the lead for pretty much time now.
He has, yeah. Doing a lot of work at the front. 24 kilometers to go.
So now you see the Alpine slope to the right here. And when you pass Gopsus, it's a pretty fast downhill. So here they also normally have an unofficial drinking station. So Daniel Tinell is from this region, Dalarna.
Okay.
So he's pretty famous here in also in Mora. So he's living in Borlänge. But born and raised in Grycksbo, not far from Falun.
Of course, he's just one of 6 competitors to win the Vasaloppet 3 or more times. Of course, he's picked it up on 3 occasions. Of course, the record, well, 9 victories from Niels Carlsen.
Mora Nisse.
Mora Nisse.
Yeah. So that's his nickname.
Nice. Well, he won in 1943, and then he went from 1945 to 1951, picking up the title each and every year before picking up his last title in 1953. Of course, Tinell has a chance to go one ahead of Oscar Svard here today, if he is to cross the line in first place to pick up his 4th title.
I think the scooter is pretty a little bit too close to the skier. And in that downhill there, I will say they will definitely reach more than 60k.
So he has impressive speed. Now the snowmobile just getting too far ahead.
Yeah.
There we see the replay. The pace is phenomenal down that hill.
Ooh. Andun Laugaland from Norway, Team United Bakeries. United Bakeries is a big bakery company that also tried to come into the Swedish market. So then Vasaloppet and the long distance races is a pretty good spot to be viewed.
Because they had a strong, well, for me, a stronger lineup last year because they had a strong female in the form of Sandra Hansson as well, of course. Yep. So they were able to pick up the points. But this year, from my knowledge, they don't have any female skiers at all.
Now we see the breakout from Geraldine.
He's pushing hard.
Is he going for it, or? I think so.
It's back to our leading woman.
We're going to see the time gap between them. Skofterud and Hansson.
So she crosses Oxberg in a time of 2 hours, 46 minutes, 50.7 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if Jenny Hansson has held on to second place and what the difference is. She's looking strong, the Norwegian skier.
Absolutely. We're going to see if we see Jerry Arlin, if he's still in the lead or in the pack again. Oh, he's in third place. She has tried a little bit.
He's tried it a couple of times, hasn't he? He's tried to push a little bit and he's given up pretty quickly. See back there as well with that pink bib, Cullison. He's leading our youth section in ski classics.
So in Oxberg it was a gap there in 6 seconds between Callesen and Anders Aukland. So there were just 12 skiers in the first pack. Donald Tunnel tried to break out. It starts to be crowded outside here now.
It is. It's very, very impressive here in Mora at the finishing line. It's a beautiful sight. We've got a wonderful view from the commentary box, I'll tell you what.
What do you think? 2:48 and it's 21k to go. And what time did we have in Oxberg? 2:31. So that's just 1 minute slower than the record time. Now we are 4 minutes faster than last year.
Wow. And I mean, 1 minute off the record time isn't too much. I mean, we still haven't seen a pull away yet, a breakaway. This is our second woman, and it is quite a distance now. This is going to be quite a comeback if Jenny Hansson is to defend her title here at Vasaloppet. It's well over 2.5 minutes. It's going to be closer to 3, maybe even over 3 minutes.
Yeah, passing 3 minutes.
So that is quite a distance, isn't it? That's going to be very, very hard to close in on.
You never know, as a World Cup skier, you may be not super experienced in the 90k race. You maybe hit the wall. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a far distance. 3 minutes, 11 seconds, but yeah.
But again, what we talked about earlier, she's got that advantage of being with these guys here. who can just pull her along and keep her going.
For sure. Now you see Tinel. It's the first time he go really, really hard.
He's pushing very hard indeed.
1K to go to Högberg.
Your prediction could be right.
Exactly the same place as the last 2 times he has been doing this.
So the tactics haven't changed, you could say, from the Swede.
Why change a winning concept?
Exactly, exactly. So we're just looking at the map, and this is where they are at the moment. That is what has been covered.
But not so fast as he has done the years before. He's not breaking the group so much. I think we're gonna see one more.
So 2005, in your second placing at this point in the race, how many were in that leading pack?
I don't really remember, but the last 2K we were 16 people.
16.
But then when we enter Moraparken, just when we go underneath the road, there was a big crash.
Okay.
So we were
took out quite a few of the competitors.
Yeah, so we're taking out maybe 8-10 people.
Okay.
And you see Rickardsson goes in the own track there.
So of course there's been a lot of snow laid throughout the track, some parts of the track.
Yeah.
To prepare the tracks, of course. And
most is the natural snow.
Yeah. So 19.5 kilometers to go. 2 hours 53 minutes and 30 seconds they've been going, and that leading group just starting to pull away a little bit. 7 skiers putting a little bit of distance on there, led by Jerry Arlin. Coming into Högberg after 71 kilometers. Jerry Arlin in the lead. Crosses in a time 2 hours 54.10 seconds. Rajak in 4th at the moment. Auckland Jorgen is up there, as is his brother. Just 7 seconds back to the 12th place. Under 10 seconds to the 15th place, Arnie Post.
And then we have Lars Sutter.
This is the second to last control station on the course.
I think Daniel Rickardsson still looking very comfortable in his ski, on his skis.
Yeah, there he is at the front, wearing the blue racing suit.
Now you have a fast downhill as well, and then you enter the flat part of the last flat part of the course, 19K. So then it's not much uphills at all. We're talking about times before, so maybe I should mention also the girls' time. Vibeke Skofterud was passing Oxberg at 2:46.50. So the record time, which is the end time, 4 hours 17. They pass Oxberg at 2 hours 53. So that's a little bit more than 6 minutes.
On the record.
Yeah.
Wow. So we could see a new record here for the woman in Vasaloppet 2012. And when you look at the difference between her and the other skiers in the women's race, it's quite a big distance. It's about, 5 minutes back to Serena Bona in third place.
But it's pretty close about the second and third place.
Yeah, certainly a big fight there for the remaining 2 spots. Well, of course, 3 spots on the podium if she can hold on. I'll tell you what I've seen in this race, which I've seen throughout Ski Classics this year, is Stanislav Razak really sitting in behind. You very rarely see him leading.
Yeah.
Unless it's a sprint.
But sometimes I think he goes a little bit too hard. And as the same as Jerry Arlin, they go for the sprints, they go for the try to break out like Jerry did before. So I think they waste too much energy. So I think it's important to have that in the last 5K, last 3K, last 10K. It depends on how the situation gonna be. But if you compare that to Tinel, he's go solid pace until he goes, and then he goes really, really fast.
Yeah.
So I think it's that's a better tactic to go. If you're gonna go, you go really hard, or you go like average speed or normal speed.
Just sit back and
Yeah.
it looks like Stanislav Razak is listening to us because he's taken the lead there on the third track, leading from the front, moving across onto the second. So he is doing a bit of work at the front. Of course, he must see this as his big chance to win Vasaloppet. I mean, this is his 14th Vasaloppet.
For sure.
And I mean, he's second place last year, third place in 2010, third place in 2009.
So you got the lead here, Jürgen Aukland.
It's a fairly decent lead too. It's about 40 odd meters.
I will not say it was a breakout, but he got the gap anyway.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna see if there's any tactics behind. If how the team extra personnel do now.
Of course, his brother Anders was in that pack as well.
And Jerry as well.
And we're searching for his second title, Vasaloppet, for Jürgen Aukland. Champion here in 2008. 6 times he's been on the podium in Mora. He's picked up 1 victory already in 2012 at Marcialonga, where he came back from a broken pole early. It was about, from memory, about a minute behind at the first control station there.
Yeah, or just tired in the beginning and just come from nowhere.
Came from nowhere, exactly. Of course, it was the battle with the 2 brothers at the finishing line. He had a 7th place showing at the Tartu Marathon in our last ski classics.
Now we see Jerry Arlin is not doing any big work in the group.
Just holding them back somewhat.
Yeah.
That
would be a
quite
pretty big gap now.
Definitely.
Amazing. 7 seconds with the GPS measurement, so it's Reshak, so it's not in the front of the chasing group.
Yeah, you can barely see them in the back. With just over 16 kilometers to go, is this a good move from the Norwegian?
I think so, absolutely. It can be a winning move. Depends on what they do and how they do it in the chasing group. Is there someone who gonna go for it? Then it just can be pang, and then they are together again. Or they have problems to get together and go for it, and then the times will fly.
Yeah.
And then you have 1 minute, and then it's hard to catch 1 minute.
Yeah, definitely.
So now it's just just before 7 seconds. Then it's not a very long time to or hard to catch. It's even longer now. See if it's possible to take a time here.
Yeah, it looks like it's growing, that's for sure.
It's a little bit, 11 seconds, 10, 11 seconds now. Tinel is up in the lead. Oi, oi, oi. He's smacking into the scooter.
Well, I've got a question here on the Facebook from Mary. She's asking about, I'm assuming Peter Northug. She's got Thomas Northug here, but he is not in the race, unfortunately. He's had to pull out with an illness. He was the big news, of course, coming into this Vasaloppet. He made it very clear that it was his goal for the year to try and win Vasaloppet. So there you see the lead now, 13 seconds between Auckland and Rajak. The 15.3 kilometers to go. Of course, apologies, Mary. Of course, you would be meeting Thomas, of course, the brother of Peter Northug. We're just trying to find out where he actually is at the moment. And in fact, he's in the race, certainly not up there near the front. Of course, it certainly was a big blow. We've seen the great Peter Northug, the Norwegian star. And well, unfortunately, illness has knocked out quite a few stars from this year's race. Oscar Svard, of course, Sandra Hansen for the woman. But he's continuing to push hard here.
Now they're coming to Lede. It's a very small village.
I'll tell you what, here in Mora at the moment, there's not too much space. It has certainly filled up very, very quickly, and it's impressive to see.
See if we can take a time there.
This really could be the winning move. Good strategy from Jürgen Auckland. Time will tell if it was too early, if it was a perfect timing.
Yeah, it was not really a breakout try from him. It was more likely that the other people in the group didn't watch out, and he got some meters, and then was no one interested to follow.
Exactly.
And then seconds just run away. There they have taken some time. It's more like 16 seconds now.
Wow, that is quite a lead. Be interesting to see if he can continue to build on it.
18 seconds in the GPS measurement. But that's the rear track, so maybe he's not in the front in the chasing group.
Exactly. So as mentioned, looking to become just the 16th foreign winner in Vasaloppet is Jörgen Auklin, looking to pick up his second title, looking to pick up a third title for the Auklin family. Of course, Anders picking it up in 2004.
Now we see her really go in the chasing group here. Thought it was Jerry Arlin tried to go away. And that's interesting. The teammates tried to break out. Oh, it's
looks like a skier there from
Look on the technique.
From United Bakeries.
Then you have Tinell in second place, Jerry Arlin. Then you have Daniel Rickardsson fourth place, and then you have Stanislav Rezak.
So that is one dangerous-looking chasing pack, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. It's low odds on that group. I think they will catch him pretty soon if they have that speed. It looks like Jürgen Brink is hungry on the third victory.
He looks very good. He looks as though he's in his groove. From Team Extra Personnel. Of course, Team Extra Personnel also looking to extend on their lead in the overall teams event for Ski Classics 2012. Currently in the lead over Team Experience. We haven't really seen too many of the Team Experience skiers so far.
I didn't take any time now, but it looks like it's pretty equal to before.
Yeah. And you see there,
tonight.
that's probably a good move for him. He might have known that Eileen might have just been holding off a little bit, and that gap was just getting quite a bit bigger to our leader, of course.
As we mentioned before, in the big downhills from Eversberg, you have an opportunity or two different choices to do. If you want to go behind the scooter or if you want to go in a own track. So you see it's the snowmobile blowing in some snow into the track. So sometimes it's go a little bit faster. Sometimes the tracks are slower, but as you see here, Jürgen Auklin is going in the track all the time, just behind the scooter.
Getting in the draft of the snowmobile there.
So it should not be so icy in the other tracks, otherwise I would guess he will go there. And now he has a little bit right turn, and then it's a little bit uphill. Then it's in Krångåsen. So you're gonna turn left here in the picture, and the right arm for him.
Well, he just had a quick look around there, and he would have seen that there's quite a big difference, or distance I should say, between himself and that chasing pack. So that would give him a little bit of a extra kick, you could say, knowing he's in a fairly strong position here in this race.
So this place called Krångåsen is just a house called Krångåsen. Staffan Larsson is the old days doing some breakout. So here we have a artificial line taking its time.
So this is going to be very, very interesting to see just what the lead is at the moment. Well, I'll tell you what, here in Mora, all the Swedish flags are out. And they're looking on the big screen, and I bet they're wanting to know what the difference is. They want a Swede up there, and I'm sure they would love it to be Jürgen Brink, or of course, as you mentioned, hometown favourite, or local you could say, Daniel Tinell.
They're not so far behind now. 16 seconds.
Well, that's not too bad. Not as bad as we thought it was.
Seconds is 16 seconds, so they have to do pretty much work to catch him. But go in the front as Jürgen doing now, that's a little bit harder and to be in the pack. So it's still 11k to go. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be very, very interesting. As mentioned, the locals, I'm sure they want a Swede up there somewhere. Of course, yourself as well, being a patriotic Swede, I'm sure you would like to see a Swedish participant up there.
Of course, but I'm not a patriot, but I want to see the best skiers win.
Of course, definitely.
So if it's the Norwegian or a Brit or someone else, it's okay for me.
What about the sole New Zealander in there? Would you be happy if he crossed the line first?
No.
I would be. I would be very happy.
Now we see Vibeke Skofterud here.
And this is going to be interesting.
Högberg.
We need to keep an eye on this because remember, she was about, 6 minutes faster than the record for a woman.
Yes. And see the distance back to Jenny Hanssons as well. See with decrease or increase.
And of course also to see if Jenny's been able to hold on to that second spot. Of course it was really close between second and fifth place.
Yeah. Really nice diagonal.
Very stylish, isn't it, from the Norwegian? So there you see it, 3 hours, 13 minutes, 56.9 seconds from the Norwegian.
3 hours 14. And then the record time they have they had 3 hours 31 minutes.
So she is well in front of it.
Absolutely smashing it.
So what a fantastic race this is turning out to be for the Norwegian.
Then you see the chasing group is breaking up a little bit. It's just 10 seconds now. I love to see that. This is exciting.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. we've seen it so many times this year in the ski classics. There's been some absolutely fantastic finals. Finishing line, yeah, right on the line. I think 2 times already this year. It's been under a second where the victory has been taken.
Yeah, and also this he put some extra color energy to this race. He break out when it's 15k to go, or a little bit more than 15, and what's going to happen?
Exactly, and just looking at that picture there, it looks like it's closing.
Yeah.
The distance looks like it's getting shorter.
It was 10 seconds before, then it's maybe less now. We'll see. They didn't hold the camera.
So the helicopter shot overhead, under 10 kilometers to go.
Very soon into Eldris, the last drink station. So big left corner and then a right corner and a very small downhill, then they are in Eldris.
And there's a lot of work ahead for Jørgen Outland, and just the way that gap is closing, you just got to wonder, was that such a smart move?
You can imagine it will hurt in his body now. Arms will aching. But for Jørgen, it's just try to go. It's no idea for him to try to wait on the other group. Maybe it's the gap is growing again.
Because if you look at it, I mean, if they do catch him up and it comes down to a sprint, then he's going to be absolutely exhausted, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Then it's better to go for it and just try.
So 9 guys really in this chasing pack, although they are fairly well spread. Tainel in 4th place at the moment. And it is Laugerland who's bringing up the rear there for that chasing pack. And he's at 14.7 seconds behind.
I got the text here from Oskar Sverd, who was sick and sitting home watching the race. He says that we can see here Geraldine, he gets a good go here. Just Chinel and Jørgen Brink doing the work. And now we're gonna see how the time is.
And I think this is going to be quite a margin to 2nd place. There you see it. Wow.
4:20. Where is Jenny Hansson?
Jenny Hansson crossing in 4th now.
Now it's Siriana Bonner who's coming there.
Okay, so she has well and truly dropped off.
They both have white race suits, but Siriana Bonner has Alpine boots and the brand Alpine, and Jenny Hansson has the Salomon boots.
So did we get a prediction there from Oskar Svard in that text message as well?
Yeah, she said watch out for Jerry Arlin and then Daniel Rickardsson. That Daniel Tinell and Brink is doing the work.
Yeah.
So no one else is doing it. So also Redrak has a good journey.
Oh, definitely.
The record time for the ladies is Karin Petty from racing for Mora. but she was an American citizen, raised and born in the US.
Nice. That was quite some time ago.
There we had the Kransmas and Kranskulla. We're going to hand out to the winner, this big Krans.
And what's for those non-Swedes out there? What does that mean? What do they do?
Yeah, what are they doing? It's an old tradition that you give this. I don't know the English word.
Neither do I, actually.
I have to check that out.
Well, there you see the gap now, and well, it's not much. 15, 20 meters. So they have really eaten into that lead from Jürgen Auckland.
And it's Daniel Tenal doing it.
And they have closed that gap fairly quickly too.
Now they are a group again.
Just like that.
You see Jimmy Johnson nearly at the back of the changing group.
Well, this really does make for a very, very exciting finish now.
So we have Jürgen Auckland in the lead, Daniel Tenal, and we have Jerry Arlen. We have Jürgen Brink, I guess. Yes, we have Stanislav Rezak, Daniel Rickardsson. We had was it Kjellstad or maybe it was Elda Rönning. Then we have Jimmy Johnson. And out to the right is maybe Anders Auckland. And then the last one United Bakery guy. I don't know really.
There's Laugaland.
Laugaland or Henriksen.
So of this leading pack, who do you pick? I mean, there's so many of them are so strong at the finishing line. If it stays like this with, well, 500 meters to go, it's anyone's race, isn't it?
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, and well brought up by Oscar Svard, Arlen has just been sitting back a little bit over this time where they've closed that gap, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of push he has to the finishing line. As mentioned, he didn't quite have the best of finishes at the Tartu Marathon, but of course he's on home soil now. It's the one that everyone wants to win.
For sure, Vasaloppet is the biggest among these long distance races. So even if you're not in Sweden, you want to win Vasaloppet. So it's really big in Norway and in every country.
Do you think that we need to have an introduction of more longer races as well? Of course, this is 90 kilometers, and the next one, next biggest before that is what, 75, 73 kilometers?
Yeah, and the biggest, if you see media and history and so on, I think the most and what the top athletes want to win, I think that's second place is Marcialonga.
Marcialonga.
Yeah, so Vasaloppet is absolutely the biggest, and then I think Marcialonga.
Yeah. It's such an interesting race, that one too. It's fantastic to finish. It's just to watch people struggle after going 70 kilometers and then having to do that last 2-3 kilometers straight uphill.
For sure. I can't stand anymore. I get a little bit nervous, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what, Martin is moving around the commentary box. He is very excited indeed.
I don't know why Jürgen Auckland still is in the lead. He should take in a place a little bit longer in the back. You see Jim Johnson in the on track there, far to the right.
Well, could today be that breakthrough period for Jimmy Johnson? Can he finally pick up that first win? Of course, we talked about him a couple of times throughout the race. So this last 5.7 kilometers, it's pretty flat, isn't it?
It's flat. You enter a ski stadium soon in Mora called Hemus. Then you have a small uphill, but not much. So it's nearly flat the whole part, the last 19k. So it's you should never say uphill. It's a little bit different to flat.
Yeah, of course.
If you I see here Daniel Tenel. Yes, he goes.
He's pushing. He is going hard. Alain right in behind him, looking to keep up the pace. Well, could this be a fourth title for the Swede?
Everyone is still there, so it's not so strong as it has been before. Actually, no one dropping off. I will also say watch out for Daniel Rickardsson.
So 5 kilometers to go. These competitors have now completed 85 kilometers of this 90-kilometer course. And well, we've got about 9 competitors there, pushing hard, pushing to the finishing line, of course.
And it starts to be a little bit tough race for the bakery guys in the back. And also Anders Haugland, I think Jimmy Johnson is struggling as well.
Of course, the honour of winning this event comes with prize money as well. The winner will receive a cheque of 75,000 Swedish crowns, which is a good payday, of course. And on top of that, if they won the sprint stages as well, second place will get 50,000, third will get 30,000. So roughly for the winner, it's about, well, roughly about 7,500 euro.
So it's Daniel Tenel, it's Jerry Arlin, it's Jürgen Brink, Stanislav Rezak, it's Daniel Rickardsson, and then Jürgen Haugland. Then was a little bit of a gap, but now they are all together.
It's also interesting to look at the time as well. Just under 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Three hours, 17 seconds and 50 seconds. 17 minutes and 50 seconds in Eldris, and then it's similar to the record time. So
okay.
Whoa.
We could see a record in both the men and women. Vasaloppet 2012. Well, what a race this has panned out to be. Daniel Tenel in the lead at the moment. And I'll tell you what, here in Mora, the stands are full. The home straight is chock-a-block with people all looking at the big stand. And well, as mentioned, I'm sure 99% of them wanting a Swedish victory here in Mora.
And if they do break the record, I don't know this year, but last year there was a car, a Volkswagen Golf. So it could be great to win a car, adds to the prize money.
That's not bad at all. Not bad whatsoever, of course. Volkswagen, one of the sponsors for this race.
And GTI as well, so.
Well, our current leader in ski classics still there. Mr. Man in Black, Stanislav Rezak.
Here you have the small uphill in Hemus. Then you have a steeper the downhill here. So we have a look in the gliding if there are any difference.
So this could be the last little bit of liquids for these guys?
Yeah, I think this is the last time they have a drink. Do they drink later on, then it's possible to take up the energy that you drink so late. So here you have a 3.5k left. So up to the left here you have the ski stadium. Don't know if we get a better view, but getting more and more interesting.
It is getting very nerve-wracking, I tell you what.
I love this.
This is the way it should finish, I tell you what. And it's incredible to have such a tight finish after 90 kilometers.
A breakout, and then it was catched, and then a big group again.
Exactly, he got up to what is about 18 seconds at one point, did Jürgen Auckland, and well, that lead was just eaten up by that chasing pack.
I think we see maybe one more breakout from someone that tried to break out. Then I think the people wait until the last case, and then.
Well, it's funny, we were talking before we went on air, and we were talking about Daniel Tynell, and we talk a little bit about him as well earlier in the race, and I was mentioning that he hasn't really done anything this year. In 20th place at Rzeszówka Parasanska, didn't race, and Marcia Longa 15th at the Konig, didn't race in Tartu, and you said you can never rule him out. He's always going to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, it's something special. Just if you mention Vasaloppet to Tynell, then he gets a lot more energy. It's when you like a beer, he's sleeping all the winter until Vasaloppet, then he wakes up.
It comes out of hibernation.
Yeah.
And it's very, very tight indeed. Of course, Tynell looking for his fourth title, looking to go ahead of Oscar Svard, both of those two on 3 victories apiece in Vasaloppet.
It's 10 skiers.
There's 10 skiers, yeah. 3 wins or more in Vasaloppet. Of course, that legend, that is Morenisse. Is that how you pronounce it?
Morenisse, yeah.
Morenisse, yeah. 9 victories. Not bad at all. Of course, you cannot write off Jürgen Brink as well. We talk about Tynell's favourite race. I mean, Brink. 2-time defending champion.
Yeah,
it doesn't get much better than that.
And then you have Daniel Rickardsson on the outside in the blue racing suit. Now you're coming into Moraparken. It's a sort of a camping area and a hotel. So just less than 2k to go.
Wow, exciting stuff, and that time is looking very good indeed.
Vasaloppet 2012.
Well, it's going to be a big one. Of course, just a reminder, in the women's front, it's looking like it's going to be a comfortable new record if, of course, Skofterud was able to keep up that pace. She was something like it was even more than 6 minutes, wasn't it? It was up to around 10 minutes ahead of that record time.
Watch out for Rickardsson now.
So Tynell, Brink, Rickardsson, another one's leading those 3 lanes at the moment. Looks like out wide is one of the Auckland brothers.
as we mentioned before, there's a small uphill on the finish straight, 100 meters from finish, which is new this year. So people or crowd can walk underneath, and it's some extra for the athletes the last 500 meters.
Yeah, if 90 kilometers isn't enough, we'll just put in a slight little hill at the end, just to make it a little bit more fun for you.
I think the first guy who coming down the small downhill is the winner. I think it's hard to pass from the downhill and into finish.
Yeah, well, at the bottom of that downhill, there's about, 110 meters. I had a look at it yesterday. It's about 110 meters to the finishing line after that little...
About 110, about 108 and 112.
I measured it, and it was about 110.
Now we see Jimmy Johnson. He's going to take his first victory in Vasaloppet.
Well, Mr. Consistency in ski classics this year, and what a tremendous effort it would be if he is able to push it home.
Jürgen Haugland is struggling now.
Well, Jimmy Johnson certainly is the youngest in that pack by quite some years as well.
Yeah, and race suit in the middle there with some dots on it. Johan Kjølstad, the sprinter from Norway.
So we're getting very, very close to home now. The finishing straight here in Mora.
Jürgen Brink, take it or.
Rajak in behind him. Tinel on the second track.
Watch Rajak is looking strong.
Rickardsson there or thereabouts too. As you can see, the locals have lined the streets.
They take the track in the shadow, not out in the sun. Because I'm changing tracks.
Well, Rickardsson's out wide. Steps in.
It's looked similar to last year. Jürgen Brink in the lead.
Well, an action replay.
Jerry Arlin is not making it this year. Rickardsson, the last hill now.
Oh, this is exciting. This is that last bend. They come down the home straight now. Brink it is who's in the lead. Can he hold on? Rickardsson it is pushing in lane 2. Rajak moving out to the far lane. It looks like it's going to be Brink. It is going to be Brink. He's going to take it for his third straight title.
It's
absolutely tremendous.
What a race.
Wow. What a finish to that. Brink once again. Hugs all round from his teammates, and wow. What a tremendous finish.
It's amazing.
3 hours 38.41. That is a new record by 17 seconds. Wow.
Wow, yeah.
16 seconds, I must say. Wow, that is still tremendous stuff. Jürgen Brink becoming the king of Vasaloppet, his third straight title. He joins Oscar Svard and Daniel Tenel as 3-time winners here in this great race. Wow, 90 kilometers. So a replay here of the finish, and it was tight. Brink in the closest lane. Rickardsson was pushing hard, as was Rajak, and well, what a finish. Tynell, of course, was there, and a new record. And look at him. He is one happy camper, and so he should be. 3 hours, 38 minutes and 57 seconds. A new, well, that was the record time, but he has beaten it. And just how close it was on the finishing line. Well, it's just absolutely incredible to see a race over 90 kilometers come down to the wire. 3 hours, 38 minutes and 41.3 seconds. A new record in Vasaloppet. The 88th edition, the 5th of 7 races in Ski Classics. And, well, my co-commentator, Martin Larsen, down now on the finishing line, trying to get one of those skiers up here into the commentary box to give us their thoughts about the race. And what a tremendous race it was too. So I'll pass over now to my co-commentator, Martin Larsen, who has Jörgen Auckland with us in the commentary box.
I say welcome to Jörgen Auckland.
Thanks.
And congratulations to a good race. You, okay, you didn't make it in the end, but you put some extra energy to the race the last 15k. You were in the lead with, I think it was 18 seconds. What did you think there?
I felt tired the whole day, and up to Oxberg it was really hard. And then suddenly I got a gap, and then I just had to go. I tried to push hard, but I really didn't believe it would be enough to the whole way in. But I was tired, and in the end, when they caught me, I was dead.
You was tired.
Yeah, I was really tired, and in the sprint I had no chance.
But you, when you got these 18 seconds, you just go for it.
Yeah,
there was no idea to wait on them.
No, because then I knew that the others had to catch me, and that Anders and Jerry could stay behind.
Yeah.
But they were tired as well, obviously, since they didn't have enough power in the end. Yeah. So, but Brink was impressive. 3rd victory, so he's a strong
record
man.
time as well.
A new record as well.
Yeah, 16 seconds.
Wow.
So it was a fast race. How did you feel during the whole race? How was the track?
The track was good, but I was a bit tired. I was struggling the whole time, but I had good skis and lots of double pulling. It was so fast conditions that it was really hard to get a gap, because it was easy to stay behind, and
So not a good day, you say, but you have the lead with 18 seconds and
I
think it's impressive.
Yeah, it was really fun, but then I just had to go for it.
Yeah.
And
So now you're going for Birkebeinen and then Norefjellsrennet, or what's the plan?
Yeah, it's Birkebeinen is next 2 weeks, and then it's the Norefjell, and then it's rest.
Rest for a while.
Yeah.
We say, there we see the finish line, and Tinel was 2nd, we can see. So we say congratulations anyway, even if you may be a little bit disappointed in the last K here.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was fun to be in the lead, and it's like that's what you dream about, to be in the lead in Vasaloppet when it's 10k left, but I wasn't strong enough, so should have been a little bit stronger, but it was a fun race.
It comes more year, and Vasaloppet still continues.
Yeah, try again next year. So it's so fun, and so I'll be back next year.
Yeah, congratulations and good luck for the next races.
Thanks.
Well, fantastic there to hear the words there of Jörgen Auckland. He had such a fantastic race, and as you mentioned, Martin, he made the race interesting, didn't he? He made the first break, he got ahead, and
yeah, for sure. I think it's good to see, and as a spectator, a viewer, it's nice to see when people try. And sometimes they success, and sometimes they will be catched, and then maybe, as he said, tired, and don't have the energy to go for it.
Of course, as you said, I mean, he is a little bit disappointed, of course, not to take it out, but it's still a great victory, finishing, of course, in 10th place, just 14.6 seconds behind. There you see the finishing for the men, and look how tight it was between second and third place. Tinel it was who took it over Stanislav Rajak, who, well, will hold on, I assume, to the lead in the Ski Classics for 2012. Daniel Rickardsson had an impressive race too, to finish in 4th place in his 3rd Vasaloppet.
Daniel Rickardsson, it's just 4 tenths of a second to victory, and just 4th place, so it's what can you say?
Exactly.
It's tight.
It is very, very tight.
And a new record time is interesting as well.
Yeah, new record time, 3 hours 38. We'll cross down now to the champion. See what he has to say.
Och nu också 2012. Jörgen Brink, vad säger du?
FN, vad kul att säga. Det var riktigt skoj. Jag trodde kanske inte riktigt, även om jag kände mig relativt bra slag. Då. Så det är mycket som ska klaffa, och sen när det var relativt lätt före och många med in så vet man inte vad som kan hända. Men att det räckte ända fram, jag är så nöjd så att det finns inte på kartan.
Du skadade ju, alltså du vurpade ju här för inte så länge sedan. Vad säger du om det?
Nej, men det har jag kunnat ödelagt allting egentligen. Jag har rätt så ont i en hand, inte just nu då, men och en axel lite grann fortfarande, så det är tur att det inte bröt något eller varit värre. Det var en stav som vart smulor, så jag får vara nöjd med att det blev så att men jag såg inte så vacker ut i ansiktet då, kan jag säga.
A couple of questions in English, Jörgen. 3rd time in a row to win the Vasaloppet. Amazing day for you, I suppose.
It was a great race. I couldn't believe when I started in Sälen that I would win for a 3rd time, but my goal was to win, so I'm extremely happy.
It was a lot of skiers. You were 10 guys left when it was 10-15 kilometers left. A tactical race in the end, and you have the tactical in you.
Yeah, my goal was, you never know what will happen when there is a lot of skiers, but my goal was to be in the front or at least second, so I tried to push quite hard in the end, and not full pull, what I can say, but I was looking a little behind and see if I can see some skis, but no one was. I saw some, I think Daniel Rickardsson skis at the top, but it's not so easy to pass in the last 100 meters.
And it was pretty similar to last year when you won here. You took the right lane. It was the best lane to take.
I think so. This it's a little bit faster than the others, so especially when there is sunny. So my goal was to take that lane. So it was perfect for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the winning words are there from our champion Jürgen Brink for the 3rd time. The 37-year-old Swede, to the delight of the locals here in Mora. And what a great race it was, Martin.
It's fantastic. It was lovely to watch and see the finish here. It's very tight. 4 people in 4 tenths of a second. Amazing.
Yeah, just some of the highlights there throughout the race. 90 kilometers, the battle from Salin to Mora. 1st place and a new record time, 3 hours 38 minutes 41.3 seconds. As we look at the standings for Ski Classics for the men, Rajak holds on to 1st place, 720 points. Jürgen Auklin stays in 2nd, as does Jimmy Jonsson in 3rd. Jürgen Brink, though, he's the big mover. He moves from 6th place up into 4th with 482 points. So it really is heating up. He's got quite a lead now, does Stanislav Rajak, with 2 races to go.
Yeah, it's bigger lead now than before, but close up behind. So Jimmy Johnson is catching some points on Jürgen, and we have Jürgen Brink coming up as well.
So back with some live pictures. Number 189.
Roland from Norway. I think we have some girls there. And it's Vibeke Skofterud. And what time will we have on her? In Eldris, she passed in 3 hours 42 minutes, and the record time there will be 3 hours 51. So
wow.
It's 9 minutes.
9 minutes. That is huge. Oh, you're picking a fast race.
Yeah.
And it certainly has proven, but more importantly, who got the closest time to what we picked earlier? What was your time? I think you said about 3:49 to 3:51.
I don't remember.
And I think I said 3:47 to 3:49. So,
okay, you're the expert.
So in the next race, I think we should change roles, maybe.
Yep. You saw there he taping some. I don't know if it was inner wheat liquid, so he has some extra energy, so easy and easy to reach. So it's you don't have to be handed the drink during the race. If you miss some drinks, you have some extra
backup.
Yep.
So there is our leader.
She looks a little bit tired.
Right next to competitor 194, who is Tobias Arvidsson.
Yep. I think that was the biathlete.
Okay.
He was struggling for the World Championship in rope holding, but didn't make it there. So then he went for Vasaloppet.
Okay.
Daniel Tunnell, second 2 years ago. You have won 3 times. You are second today. What do you say?
Today I'm really happy because I haven't been on this level, been able to compete on this level for 2 years. So I'm so satisfied with this race today, and I felt extremely strong the whole way, actually, from the start, the first uphill. I took the decision actually maybe a week ago to double pull the whole race without any grip at all. And felt strong from the beginning all the way to the finish.
You tried a couple of attacks in the end, but you couldn't get rid of the others.
No, we were so many, and it was so hard. So 5-6 kilometers from the finish, I think we all realized it's going to be a sprint. But I felt quite strong in the sprint also. Had a good position behind Jürgen, of course, but got a bit stuck in the last 100 meters. I didn't get the chance to really push him.
Daniel Rickardsson's fault.
Can we blame him? No, it was absolutely maximum for me today, so I'm really glad.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can see here that Daniel Tunnell was a little bit blocked in the end, but as he said, he didn't have so much energy and couldn't do so much more though.
But he seemed very happy with his race. As he mentioned, you know, he hasn't been able to compete at this level for quite some time, and to cross in second place is a tremendous result.
Yeah, he was sick a lot last year, and this year he has struggling nearly all season. Sick in Marcialonga, come back in König, did a solid race, and then he didn't do Tartu Marathon, back home training, and come back and, as he said, feel great. So that's interesting. And also that it was second place without kickbacks. So that's the best place ever.
And it was interesting how he said he made the decision so long ago.
I don't know why either, because maybe it was on Thursday he took the decision that it was 10 degrees warm here in Eversberg, and then he realized it's gonna be cold during Sunday, and then it's going to be very fast.
Well, it's the second time he has finished in second place in Vasaloppet. He was second place in 2010, and a big improvement from 12 months ago where he crossed the line in 20th. So no wonder he's one happy camper down there.
So Jürgen Brink is one of few that have been winning 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it really is a tremendous achievement.
Soon we can maybe pronounce Vibeke Skofterud as a winner.
Well, the last competitor, you could say, that did the treble was Jan Ottosson from Sweden, but his was kind of broken up. He won in 1989. The event in 1990 was cancelled, but he came back and won 1991 and 1992, so you can give him the treble there.
Yeah.
And of course you got Janis Stefansson, I should say, who won between 1962 to 1966. So the focus now, of course, on the woman. And are we going to see 2 new records here in 2012?
I don't think she's going to miss the record time now in 9 minutes in Eldris.
Oh, something major has to happen if that is to be the case.
You see there, she don't have so much grip left, so she have to take out the skis from the track and just go for it.
We just look down back to the men and where the participants ended up finishing. Well, Jerry Allen were finished in 9th place. Jürgen Auckland, of course, who we had the honour to get a few words from about 5 or so minutes ago. He finished in 10th place, which he certainly did make the race very, very interesting, of course. So we look further down. Rickard Andreasen from Team Xspirit, he finished in 16th place. Thomas Hendrickson just 1 place ahead of him in 15th. Arnie Post from Team United Bakeries in 17th. And I'll tell you one person who's missing off that list so far, who we talked about earlier, from Team Xspirit, Matthias Fredriksson.
Yeah.
Hasn't, from what I've seen, crossed the line yet.
But from Canada, crossed the line right there. Brian McIver.
Good effort from a Canadian.
Yeah.
Of course, we're going live to Canada, so I'm sure there'll be some very happy supporters there for him crossing the line here at Vasaloppet 2012.
He looks really happy as well, so that's good. It's often a good sign.
I suppose anyone who crosses the line here should be happy. It is such an achievement.
Big effort to go here, and yeah, not everyone is satisfied, but many people should be. 90k is pretty long.
Ah, definitely. As we continue to follow our leading woman. Just over 4 hours. So you just see the beautiful clear skies here, Vasaloppet, the 88th edition. Our leading woman looking to smash the record here today. As mentioned at the last clock-in, she was some 9 minutes ahead of that record held by Petty from Mora. As the male participants continue to cross the finishing line here in Mora. And well, at the moment, once again, Martin getting some of the competitors up here to have a few words after the race. Well, it's fantastic now to welcome into the commentary box Jerry Arlin. I'll pass you over to Martin.
I say welcome to Jerry Arlin.
Thanks.
How do you feel a couple of minutes after the finish? Are you tired?
Yeah, of course, yeah. The arms is really tired, and I'm not satisfied with the 9th place, but I had some problem this year, so
yeah,
I didn't knew how the shape was and everything. So.
But how was the tactics during the race, and when Jürgen Aukland went away, what did you do in the pack? We saw you...
Of course, with the team, we must try to help each other, and we don't take the... When Jürgen was leaving us, we... Brink and Tunnel was getting the gap, so I just stayed behind.
So we was chatting here a little bit before that you had a good way the last, if you can go in the back on Jürgen Brink and Daniel Tunnel.
I felt pretty good, actually, like 2 kilometers from this goal, but from the finish. But the last uphill I was really tired, and I just...
You couldn't make it?
No, actually not.
So Jürgen Brink was a little bit too strong for you today?
Yeah, he was, absolutely.
But
the best man who won again. Third time.
Third time in a row.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But for you, is the next races is Birkebeinen and Norefjell?
Yeah.
Same as Jürgen?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're changing the plan, something with the training, or you're still going as the plan, or?
Yeah, I ski after the plan, but I had some problem with the back, and actually the technique is not good enough. So I must try to find that again.
So the technique is not good. Is the strength as well? Is weakening a little bit?
I don't think it's the strength, but I don't ski so good. So I don't know. I must do something about that.
We wish you a good luck for the next races, Birkebeinen and Norefjell. And next year we maybe are on the podium and maybe at the top.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully. Congratulations again, even if you're not satisfied.
Thanks.
Bye.
Fantastic there to get some words there from Jerry Arlin, one of the top stars, of course, in ski classics, racing for Team Extra Personnel. A little bit disappointed with his performance today.
Yeah, you can see at his face that he was not satisfied.
No, certainly not. And I mean, we talked about it earlier, and we talked about his finish at the Tartu, and it didn't quite seem right. And he mentioned there he's had some issues with his back, and maybe just explaining a few things there.
Yep. 4 hours, 5 minutes for Vibeke Skofterud, and less than 1K to go. So she has to beat 4 hours, 17 minutes. And 2 seconds. So 4 hours, 17 minutes and 2 seconds is the best time so far.
So she's looking a very hot prospect, you got to say, to break that record.
Yep.
And who would have thought 2 broken records on the same day, 2012, the 88th edition of Vasaloppet.
As we discussed at the start, I thought it was not going to be a record today because of the wind. The wind in 1998 was pretty strong in the back, so they had a big advantage there. But today, better trained athletes, more of them in the top, they work together and so on. So it's easy to break the record then.
Yeah, it's crazy when you talk about that wind that they had when the old records stood by Peter Goransson, and to do it today without a wind, it just shows how much of an excellent performance it was.
For sure. So soon the last corner for Vibeke Skofterud.
And she is cruising here in the women's.
She had better technique in the beginning and now.
She is one tired young lady, that is for sure, but she's going to take the podium. She's going to take the top spot after a fantastic race.
You see, she is really, really tired.
Yeah.
20 more K, then she maybe was not going to be in the lead.
I remember she was leading after 11 kilometers in Smorgon, and then she dropped that lead and she was behind by about 40 seconds to Jenny Hansen at the 26 kilometer mark. But from then, she really has gone from strength to strength. And it was interesting before when we looked at the statistics in the gap, she was about 4 minutes ahead of the second place, who is the youngster from Norway, Laila Kvale, who has taken second place. So that is a tremendous performance from the 24-year-old. So not too far to go.
She's putting the arms in the air already.
She knows she has this one sewn up. She grabs the Norwegian flag just to make it a little bit more difficult. There's still quite a long way to go with just one pole, but anyway. Does she know that she's going to break the record? She comes down the middle. Norwegian flag fluttering in the air. What a tremendous race this is from the Norwegian. And Skofterud it is, going across the line in first place here in Mora. So a huge round of applause in a time of 4 hours, 8 minutes and 24 seconds. And that's 9 minutes. 9 minutes. She has smashed the record. Wow. What an effort. 9 minutes.
I'm impressed. Vibeke Skofterud has always said through the years here that she's very good double pulling, and she has good technique and so on. A lot of power from the stomach. So I'm not very surprised that she win today. But 15, 10K, 30K as the longest they go in the World Cup, and now 90K. That's a big difference.
No, definitely. So just waiting to see who will cross the line in second place for the woman. Of course, it was Kvale who was in second place, about 4 minutes behind. But huge congratulations to the Norwegian. What a tremendous race for her. As mentioned, she was first through the control station after 11 kilometers, dropped the lead after 26 kilometers, but from there she fought back after trailing by about 40 seconds, turned it around, and well, to smash the record by 9 minutes, to take this win by over 4 minutes. That is quite a dominating race, you could say.
There we have Laila Kvale.
This is a great result as well for her.
Yeah, for sure. I would say it's the best result for her ever. I think she has taking some time on Vibeke the last. Okay, Vibeke took the flag the last bit, but in Eldris she was 4 minutes 10 after. Now we're up to 2 minutes 22 and a little bit to go. Shall we say less than 3:30?
And she's had a strong finish. Well, hopefully very soon we'll be able to cross down on to the finish line and getting some wise words there from the winner in the women's race, of course. And here comes our second place, the youngster, just 24 years of age, from Norway. And as mentioned, look at her, she is happy, and so she should be.
And she also taped two liquids there, energy booster. Fantastic, amazing.
That is really good. She's wearing the pink bib, of course. She is the leader for the youth section for the women, but this result here will put her up quite high as well on the women's standing overall. Well, a tremendous result for her. Easily the best result of the year for her. She had a 6th place at the Jezerska Panasanska, 4th place Marcia Longa, 6th place I should say at Konig, 7th place at Tartu. So to get a 2nd place here, it certainly is a wonderful result. So waiting now for our 3rd place for the women, of course.
And in Ildris, the last station there was Serena Bonner at 3rd place, 5 minutes 52. There you see the couple. They have a small child together.
He must be extremely proud there.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite his day, but his partner certainly taking the limelight, I'm sure.
There you have
Serena Bonner.
Yes.
Can take a 3rd place for her best result in just her 2nd attempt at Vasaloppet. She was 6th last year, and it's her 3rd consecutive 3rd place for the Swiss skier.
That was a little bit interesting about the time there. It was 3 hours, 4 minutes 10 seconds in the last 10k for between Skofterud and Kveli, and then it was 3 minutes 6 seconds. So she had taken 1 minute 4 seconds the last 10k or 9k.
That's an impressive run.
So it looked on the technique and look on the face on Vibeke Skofterud that she was really tired. So the last girl for the podium, Serena Bonner.
The 29-year-old from Switzerland crosses the line. Some 6 minutes 3 seconds behind our winner, but still on the podium. And she'll be happy with that because she had a few injuries earlier in the year. She had a problem with the back that kept her out of the opening ski classics. Then she had a problem with illness as well. So it's good to see her slowly but surely getting back to her best. So our 3 women.
Born and raised in Switzerland.
She was the champion last year, ski classics. She took out the overall competition for the women. Of course, joining Team Spirit this year, making them a powerhouse, really, Team Spirit for the women, but it hasn't quite been their day. They'll be disappointed, I think.
Yep.
Because a lot of the talk for the women was about Susanne Nyström Jenny Hansen, of course, looking to defend her title.
Start, you're here as a winner in
Let's
Vasaloppet.
cross
What
down
do you
now
say?
to the winner.
What can I say? It's amazing. I felt very strong from the beginning. After 20 kilometers, I lost my pole and I had to turn around and go back for pick it up again. And it was a little bit dramatic, but yeah, I stayed cool and yeah, I felt strong the whole way.
We were surprised because you were ahead of Jenny Hansen, then suddenly you were behind her. So it was you lost it, the whole
Yeah.
pool.
It was the time when I lost it, and I saw her double pulling very, very well, and I thought, okay, now the train is leaving me, and I just had to focus on myself. But after 40-45, I catch her again, and I just move on and try to push hard, and then she was gone.
You were amazing. You won with over 4 or 5 minutes to the second one, and a new record for Vasaloppet for women. 4:06, 4:07.
It's crazy. I haven't prepared so very well before this race, but I like to race long distance and long training. So yeah, it's fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So winning words there from the Norwegian, who has taken top spot here in Vasaloppet, smashing the record by 9 minutes. 4 minutes from the second place getter, and may be able to get a few words from our second and third place getters as well. We'll just have to wait and see on that one. But of course, coming up very shortly, we'll have the prize ceremony as we see Jenny Hansen making her way to the finish line here in Amora, defending champion. She was on top of the podium 12 months ago. She'll have to settle for 4th place here in 2012.
So then in the interview there with Vibeke Skofterud, we got the reason why she lost the pack, eller lost Jenny Hansen. So Jenny Hansen looks a little bit tired as well, but 4th place is still good.
Oh, of course, you certainly cannot complain about that.
But if you have been winning before, you may be not so satisfied.
Of course, so 9 minutes 52 seconds. 1 minute 51 seconds behind.
Don't look too happy.
Unable to defend her title, but as you said, a 4th placing is still very impressive. And still remember, although she was 9 minutes behind in 4th place, that would have pretty much equaled the record that was set before this year, of course. So a presentation now for the men. Our top 3 skiers out there. 3rd place, Rajak holds on to top spot in Ski Classics. Next to him, 2nd place, Daniel Tynell, 3-time winner. Has to settle for the bronze medal, you could say, here today. And our champion, Jürgen Brink, true champion. 3 straight years has been crowned victorious here in Vasaloppet. Swedish 1-2. And the Czech star Stanislav Rajak in 3rd place. Of course, as mentioned, some money up for grabs as well. 75,000 Swedish crowns for Brink, 50,000 for Tinel, and 30,000 for the 3rd place getter Stanislav Rajak.
And that's around 75,000 Swedish crown is around 8,000 euro.
Yeah, roughly. So our top 3 guys. But it could have been anyone up there, really.
Yeah.
We had, about 9 guys with about 5 kilometers to go. And these were the 3 that stood out. And as Tonell said, he was a little bit blocked in, wasn't he, at the finishing line, unfortunately. Daniel Rickardsson, it was.
Daniel Rickardsson, 4th place, 4/10 of a seconds behind the winning.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
So tight.
Yeah, he got the new car.
New car, not bad.
16 seconds, the new record. He beat the new record with.
Yep, the old record, 3 hours, 38 minutes, 57 seconds by Peter Göransson in 1998 has been smashed by 16 seconds here in 2012, and a new car for Jürgen Brink. Just a few more words from our champion up there on the winner's stage. So this is our sixth place, I should say, a woman. This is Sara Svansson, Susanne Nyström crossing the line in 5th place, some 11 minutes, 23.7 seconds behind, and you just got to wonder if there's a little bit of an issue today for Susanne Nyström. Of course, she's been on fire lately, winning the last 3 ski classics. Down that final hill for the young lady from Team Extra Personnel. She'll be the second from her team over the line. Of course, her younger teammate, Kvalia, taking 2nd place today.
As you mentioned, I don't think Susanne Nyström is satisfied with the day, and not Jenny Hansson either. I think they will come with better places today. But it's not bad to be 4th and 5th place.
Well, definitely not, especially when you see the times that they've done. I mean, it's personal best times for pretty much each and every one of them. So,
yep.
Of course, fantastic conditions today, though.
We hear from now we see from the Eversberg how it looks a little bit longer down. So these people have done half part.
And we will not be staying with this one to commentate these ones home.
Oh, I don't think so.
Of course, they have a shut-off time, don't they? Each and every station has a shut-off time.
Yep.
But good on them. Fantastic that they're giving it a go. Certainly not the fastest pace that we saw from the winners, of course, but still people from all ages, from all around the world. As mentioned, 37 nations represented here today in Vasaloppet 2012. Female competitors, of course, male competitors. As mentioned, various ages as well.
It's an achievement to just reach the finish if you are far in the back. The goal can be just to enter finish. So it's fun to see here that everyone can to join the race. So even when you are in Eversberg, when the top athletes enter finish, you're still a okay skier.
Oh, definitely. There you see some of the stops along the way. In Hockberg, this is after 70.9 kilometers, as mentioned, some 92,220 liters of Ekberg extrams, I should say, blueberry soup, sports drinks, coffee, etc., consumed here in one day at the Vasaloppet.
Stefan Strand, var är du då? Var är du då? Jamen, 12 804 Daniel Eiko
So just waiting now, of course, for the prize ceremony for the woman. Of course, just moments ago we saw the prize ceremony for the men in a brand new car for Jürgen Brink.
But it's no new car for the girls because they have the on race earlier this week. So called Tjejvasan. So if they break the record there, they get a new car.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate for the Norwegian because she wasn't racing in the Tjejvasan. A race that was won by Susanne Nyström for the 5th time, which is a tremendous result. Just couldn't quite back it up here today in the longer form.
Susanne Nyström won the car a couple of years ago in the Tjejvasan, the girls' race.
Again, this is in the back of the field. As the crowd continues to stick around here at the finishing line in Mora. And people will continue to cross the finishing line for the next, well, what, a few hours into the early evening.
And it's pretty cozy in the end here. It's lighting up with some small fires on the finish straight and the last bit. So it's a good atmosphere.
Yeah. And it turns into quite a festive environment here this evening. Of course, it's a huge achievement for a lot of these people.
Och tiden för er tendensen är 8.15, 8.30 ungefär. Det är en bra tid på gång här. Men då stannar till vid interomringande matborden. Det är våra duktiga funktionärer.
As we hear the speaker say, they're expecting time around 8-9 hours when they come here to Evertsberg. And they have to enter finish before 9 o'clock, I think. So that's 13 hours, so it's still more people to come there, up to Evertsberg.
9 o'clock, so that's another 8.5 hours.
Yeah,
it's absolutely incredible. So a moment's away now from prize ceremony for the woman. And well, overall, what a great day, hasn't it been? It's what a race.
It has been lovely, and I was really excited in the last 15k.
I could see that. definitely see that.
It's been a good race and exciting. The last bit there with Jürgen Auckland went away, got the gap 18 seconds, was catch in the end, and then was a group of 9-10 skiers, and the finish, what do you say?
Wow, yeah, so as you said, the top 4 to be separated by such a small margin, it was absolutely phenomenal. And over 90 kilometers to have that sort of finish is fantastic for the locals who have turned up here, for the Swedes who have travelled from all around the country, from the overseas guests here as well, and of course for you at home who've watched it. It's been absolutely entertaining. And of course there's still 2 more ski classics to go as we look at the standings at the finish for the woman. Skofterud from Norway taking it out in a record time, 4 hours, 8 minutes, 24.7 seconds. And it was a Norwegian 1-2, Kvali crossing the line in second place, some 3 minutes and 6 seconds behind her fellow countrywoman, Serena Bona from Switzerland, and Team Spirit rounding out the top 3 for the woman. And there is Serena Bona, third place getter. A 29-year-old coming back from injury. It's been a bit of a difficult season for her, but she's starting to get back to her best. And our second place getter, As mentioned, Norwegian 1-2, the 24-year-old. Leila Kvale, of course, with the pink bib leading the youth section for the women. And there goes our champion. What a big day for her.
I think she's gonna be pretty happy this evening when she thinks back of the race.
And as she said in the interview, she hasn't really prepared too well, has she?
No. And I know she's gonna be a little bit of surprised how big Vasaloppet is when people talk to her and so on. The men's race is amazing how big it is. People always when they talk about cross-country skiing, they talk about Vasaloppet. So I think you have to have a medal in Olympics or World Championship to compare a victory in Vasaloppet.
Oh, that's puts things into perspective there.
Especially in Scandinavia.
Definitely.
Overseas and so on, I can't answer.
So just some of the highlights from the women's race. Our champion crossing the line with the Norwegian flag. Tremendous result for her, as mentioned, smashing the record by 9 minutes. And as you mentioned, she'll reflect back later on and just realize how big this achievement was here at Vasaloppet. So you might have to do a little bit of translating here, mate.
She talked a little bit, he talked about the pole and so on, and Vibeke answered that Ali asked if she was stressed with the pole and so on, but
so here is our current standings for Vasaloppet, or for Ski Classics, I should say, after Vasaloppet, our 5th of 7 races this year. Stanislav Rajek continues to hold on to the lead and has quite a comfortable margin back into 2nd place, who is Jürgen Auckland, and 3rd place Jimmy Jonsson from Team Experience. The sprint standings, it's all about one man. It's the Czech master of the sprint, Stanislav Rajek, 150 points, almost 100 points from 2nd place Jerry Lin, who of course we had the pleasure of talking to him up here in the commentary box. And well, it's time for us to say goodbye, of course. So we started 15,800 competitors in this race, and well, what a great day, what a great race.
It's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Martin, for joining us today. It's been fantastic to have your expertise. 7-time competitor here in Vasaloppet, of course, 2nd placing 2005, and of course world champion bronze medalist. It's always great to have you here, and hopefully you can join us again soon. Of course, Ski Classics, still 2 more races to go. We're off to Norway for our final 2 races, and we just see how it stands up for the team. So a lot more to play for. It's very tight across the board with regards to men's, women's, sprint, and the team, of course. Well, I've been Mike Craig. I've been joined by Martin Larsen. From us, we'd like to say thank you very much for joining us here in the Vasaloppet. We're coming to you live from Mora, and we say on behalf of ourselves and the production team here, it's goodbye for now.
Bye-bye.